and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here this evening with session number 26 of Evermore le Masquerade. Tonight's episode is going to be titled To Die on the Vine. This is a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign that is ongoing. This is set in the world of Rostvine, a homebrew world of mine, and in particular it takes place in the kingdom of Gerdes, which is very heavily based on the Baroque periods of Spain and France and Venice, with a little bit of Orlais from the Dragon Age franchise kind of sprinkled in as well. Yeah, if you like those kinds of stories, then welcome. Come on in. I will go ahead and give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then you probably should not watch this game. In particular, this game. Because although we will never ever have explicit sexuality showcased on this channel, this game will skirt about as close to it as possible as it can. So, it is kind of a part of the culture and has very much become a part of our game. So if you don't like that kind of stuff, it makes you squeamish, that's fine. But, shoot. Go on. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you what they might have going on the web, and where you might be able to find them. And then I think we're going to get started. So we're going to start with Kenya.
Feel it in me bones. Howdy folks, I am Kenya, Acer Sin on the interwebs. I am playing Vera, who is the she recently kind of admitted to the group that she is actually a changeling. She is the bard of the group, and she is also the madam of the high class brothel in our home city. And she is a fan of werewolves, disliker of vampires, and enjoyer of fine wines and things to smoke. And on that note, I am going to go ahead and pass it over to, oh no, I don't have the screen pulled up. Who are Matt, you can have it.
Thank you, Kenya. Yeah, I'm Matt. I have a channel called A Fistful of Dice that I sometimes do things on, but mostly don't. And I also make books over at Absolute Tabletop, where I'm still toiling away at Aether Nexus. I'm at the fun part of the project where I just don't want to do it anymore, but I'm making it happen. So, and tonight, as always, I'm going to be playing Loxley LaCroix, the rapscallion duelist with a murky past, and I'm so excited to kill some stuff tonight. So thank you. I'm going to pass it off to Em.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Em. I'm going to be playing Sylvie Levine, and you can find me on Mini Terrain Domain on Thursdays and every other Tuesday, and that is currently where I live publicly right now. So that has been what I've been up to, but I'm so excited to play in this game this evening, and it always is just so unique and makes me so excited to get into the characters. So really looking forward to it, and I will pass it on to Austin.
I am Austin. I will be playing Guillaume. Can you guys hear me at all, by the way? Looks like it's lighting up. Okay. I'm having some mic problems tonight. Let's see. Guillaume, not exactly officially technically a bard of the group, but does like to dabble in theater. Also, Matt, you really need to like get that shit done, because I got some games to run and I need that supplement. So like, yeah, you got responsibilities, man. On the internet, you can find me staring longingly at Jeremy's interest posts on AbTab, wishing there was more time in the day, because that Dune game sounds fucking incredible. And other than that, I have no online presence. So I will just say I'm super psyched to play tonight. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, and my wife very kindly is watching our brand new baby so that I can play this game because we are leading up to some intense shit, it seems like. And with that, I will pass it off to Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, mything gears on the interwebs. You can find me here a couple times a month and every other Tuesday over at Mini Terrain Domain. Tonight, I get to reprise my role of Chimera Diego Ruiz Gonzala, aka. And I'm really excited to jump back into this mind space of this warped and twisted individual that I get to play. Yay! So pass it on to you, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, all of you, for being so very kind, and again, just being the kind of people that are a joy to run game for, in so many different aspects. Just people to hang with that are incredible, but also every time we sit down to play, you bring such tremendous work during the game. It's incredibly appreciated. So, speaking of appreciated, Austin, please tell your wife thank you very, very much for letting you have this evening with us. I'm so happy that you were able to make it. All right. I think that's all the business we got to cover. So I think we can actually start kicking rocks. Let's do it. There are fewer things more tragic than when a plan fails before it has the chance to come to fruition. The loss of a promise we had already envisioned in its completed state. And the longer such a plan has had to ripen, the more bitter the taste when we suffer such a catastrophe. While it is true that we feel the sting of the time and the effort that we put into such an endeavor, what hurts most is the anticipation and hope we had hung on such a plan. For a thing to die before it even has a chance to live is perhaps the harshest of all defeats. We find the group of you still in the city of Manchalona, in the shadow of the mountains to the northwest, where we all can see gathered storm clouds there, where we know eventually our story will take us. As we find ourselves traveling down the path from the mountains back to the city of Manchalona, we see here the storm clouds aren't clinging as stubbornly as they had before. Things don't seem quite as dire as they may have been just even a day before. The group of you are gathered together, making plans and preparations to leave, to head to the northwest. But before that happens, I know that there is a meeting that has been planned outside a sweet shop in the city of Manchalona. Who is it that is attending this meeting?
Well, I think I have to go. Because I was the point of contact.
What form is Guillaume going in?
I think human. I think I'll be human right now. We're far enough out of the city where where I might get recognized, and I think I'm just going to be in my own shape and form. I think I did drop the disguise at one point and just go full human to introduce myself, so he would at least, the kid would know what I looked like.
Okay. Is it Guillaume all by his lonesome?
I believe he was getting the child and then bringing them to a secret spot, I believe. So that we had a little
Right.
bit more privacy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where
the
is
secondary location?
Yeah, where is this secret secondary location? What does it look like?
I think I would actually leave that up to Chimera, knowing that he knows the city better than I do, and would be more likely to know a spot to meet.
Yeah, there's a small little park-like area off to one side of the main market square. It's a little bit more private, but not like not scarily private. Just a nice little area. And inside that um, little park is a gazebo with a couple of benches, and that is where um, we have said that we would meet. I think uh, I think Cameron would have asked Sylvie to join him, so that there's a little bit of moral support there. And while we were getting ready, Cameron has changed into it's kind of a nondescript gown. And there's this kind of this blue hooded cloak that he's wearing. And just this time, just kind of not a very elaborate mask, more just of a plain mask that just does the bare covering of the nose and the high forehead. Very unlike what he normally would wear. He's definitely not Chimeran in this instance. Is in his female form.
And I think that as we notice Sylvie and Isabel now walking into this park, we can see that this park has not yet returned to what its former glory might have been. There's a lot of overgrowth here. A lot of the things have not been manicured and trimmed back the way that they would in like a maintained city park normally. And I think like it's almost like there's a little bit of a desaturation to the color. Like everything's almost kind of browns and grays, kind of not super bright color here, like you would expect to find again in a park full of flowers and plants and things. But what I would like to know is like as we're seeing the two of them walk into this place, with dead leaves kind of like blowing across the ground and things, I would like to cut to a different time in this park when it was well manicured and full of color and beautiful. And we still see Isabel. What are you doing here in this moment? Why are you here? Why do you know this place? You muted.
I'm a professional. I think this was the last place that Isabel talked to her siblings, to Joaquin and Juanita. And so I think there's the three of them here right now talking. Isabel looks distraught and upset about the news that that she must marry the Doja Manchelona, that there's no way out.
your brother, kind of holding one of your hands and looking at you with kind of a sadness. He says, "But where will you go? I understand that anywhere is better than here, but where will you be safe?"
Safe? Well, I don't know. Safe anywhere would be safer than here, right? I I can't stay with that man.
Of course not. Of course not. I'm just suggesting maybe it isn't you who needs to leave Manchalona. Maybe
What do you,
Manchalona would be better off without that fat dough of lard.
how would that happen?
I'll wring his neck myself if I get my hands on him.
Fucking you know you can't do that. He's far too powerful.
Maybe poisoned and an assassin to cut his throat in the night.
And you don't think they would suspect me immediately? His new bride moves in, and then he mysteriously dies, leaving me everything. You don't think that that's going to fall back on me?
Your sister, at this point, interjects. The people of Manchalona know you. At least a little bit. And they know him too, more importantly. It's the truth, they will believe it.
You haven't been here lately. You haven't heard the lies he spread, the things he said, the way that people look at me when I pass in the streets. There's no love there. I see nothing but scorn. No, I'm better leaving, running away, getting as far away from here as possible, if it's even possible.
Vario's reach is very, very long. You're going to have to go into a life of hiding.
Better a life of hiding than a life of hell.
And us, what are we to do? Just say goodbye now? Never see you again?
My heart couldn't bear that, but if he thinks that you have anything to do with this, you know he'll come after you. No, you have to pretend you know nothing of what I've said here, that my plan is to escape.
They both kind of remain silent for a while. Each of them holding one of your hands. And then Joaquin says, "After midnight, I will be waiting in the courtyard. Under the large tree in the corner. I will have 2 horses. I will ride you as far as I can out away from Manchalona until I have to return before daybreak."
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for all of this. So sorry for all the difficulties I've caused.
I'm afraid it is only the beginning of the difficult times. But we love you. And this is the right choice. If this is what it means for you to be safe and to be happy, then it is what we will do. We will make the best of it.
And maybe one day, if luck finds us, we can all be together again.
Joaquin kind of fighting back the tears that are kind of welling up at the corners of his eyes, kind of turns away and kind of stalks several feet out from underneath the gazebo, kind of like swatting at, like the hedges and stuff with his hand in frustration. Juanita says, just whenever you find a place and you are comfortable, please write.
I will. I promise. Before you go, may I have something to remember you each by.
Juanita nods. She pulls a silk handkerchief out, and she dabs the tears kind of from the corners of her eyes, and she kisses the place of the handkerchief where the tears had absorbed, and then she hands it to you. Joaquin, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I take it, and then at the same time I kind of reach up and I look like somewhere, kind of tucked in the nape of her neck. I take a little pair of like scissors and I clip a little lock that then rides in that same handkerchief. And I walk over to Joaquin. May I? And if he's okay with that, then she would do the same with his.
He would agree. And then you can see like a thought cross behind his eyes, and he then reaches to his belt and pulls the dagger and its sheath from where it sits at his hip and presents it to you, kind of held horizontally. You've always had the penchant for running into trouble. So maybe you should keep this with you, at least until you are safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we transition from this colorful, well-manicured park, this scene of sadness and goodbye, and we transition back into the desaturated, overgrown, slightly version of this same park as Isabel and Sylvie now approach this same gazebo now a little less pristine, a little more decrepit. Maybe a few shingles having slipped or fallen away. Some vines that have grown kind of at the base of this have kind of grown up and around some of the structure itself. And we see, arguably, a different Isabel. While she looks very much the same, I think we can tell that she's different. She's changed. Would you say that that's the case, Karen?
Yeah, I mean, years wise, it may not have been so very long ago, but her experiences have definitely aged and matured her. Instead of the naive, romanticized girl that she was, very dramatic about everything. I think that has been, I'm not going to say burnt from her, but life experiences since then have hardened her, and she has, well, not fully matured. She has definitely grown up somewhat.
Okay. Is there anything that the two of you are saying as you're approaching this gazebo, in the anticipation of waiting for Guillaume and this small boy?
I
I'm
would like
not
to
sh-
think. Oh,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
was thinking it's probably pretty quiet for a long while. And I think maybe out of the silence you hear Sylvie, what would you have liked to have done as in your life if you were not the married to some asshole who you had to run away from and assume a different identity, and if you were allowed to live however you wanted, however you desired to be, whether that's be a job or, homemaker or whatever, what would you have wanted to do?
I think it's this question, like, Sylvie could definitely tell that Isabella is very nervous, very anxious about this upcoming meeting. And so this kind of question has completely, I guess, grounded her, if you will. Like, it's put her into a different space that she'd never would have thought about, and she wasn't even thinking about at this point. So having her stop, and all of a sudden the anxiety is kind of not leaving, but it's cast to the side, if you will. And she looks at you and she's like, honestly, I never gave it much thought, if you will. Before everything happened, I was carefree. I thought my life was perfect. I didn't want for anything. I mean, frankly, I just, forgive me. I was as selfish as Guillaume was. And didn't want much more. I thought that would be my life forever.
It seems that you both have had a rude awakening to the realities. That's, maybe money cannot buy everything, but surely you must have had uh, a passion, a hobby.
I mean, I rode, I I fenced. I mean, I just played, I guess, all the time. I never really thought about what my life would be. I always just assumed I would marry some noble, move to his place, and, carry on the family line as, one does. I didn't
There can be
really.
a lot of comfort with expectation, I suppose. You do not have to think very hard about what your life might be, might mean, might look like. And for some people, that creates a lot of calm within them.
Frankly, I didn't think about much at all. My tutors were always telling me that I needed to focus and I never could. So that was my life. That was my life before. And now I just want safety, space, to just be me. And you? Did you always want to be a dressmaker?
Sylvie inhales. I can remember my mother. I would always be so fascinated with her work. She was not a tailor, she was not a dressmaker, but she knew how her way around the needle and thread, and would patch up my father's pants, shirts, whatever he might need. I can remember being so enamored by the fabrics, wanting them to be more, wanting them to be more expressive. I can remember one time in secret there was a pile of pants that my mother needed to hem for needed to patch and fix for my father. And in secret, I went and I took a pair of pants and a very brightly colored blue piece of thread, and proceeded to use that to create the most garish looking patch you could ever imagine. It was horrifying. It was these dark pants, this bright blue thread, and I think I included some kind of red fabric in it. It was absolutely awful. But and I got in. Sylvie pauses. I got in a lot of trouble for that. You know, I was never supposed to grow up. I was like that. I was supposed to have a family, be the head of the household.
Be the one wielding the swords.
Exactly that. The one wielding the sword. Sylvie pauses. I am still wielding a sword, I suppose. It is just a, little thinner, daintier. I suppose that was always meant for me.
And your work is exquisite, Sylvie. You're very talented.
I like to think that my family would be proud of me, but I cannot say for sure. Maybe if I was a different child, born differently, they would care. They'd be a little bit more happy with my choices. But, it is not too late for you once this is all over, and I am confident that we will be able to find you that safety and that peace. You should try out different things, see what you like. Painting, horseback riding. I'm sure there are tons of, I could always commission you for new art in my shop, or have you deliver letters or something, whatever people on horses do. I'm not really quite sure, but whatever it is, I'm sure we will find it for you and give you that enjoyment back in life.
It's so hard to think beyond tomorrow when you're always afraid of your past. I've been running for so long, I don't even know where I'm running to. I don't know what I'll do if I don't have to run. I haven't thought that far ahead. I can't think that far ahead.
I think you have stopped. No?
Running?
You have stopped running. You are getting back your child. We are spitting in the face of this man who has terrorized you. As far as I'm concerned, you are not running anymore.
You make me sound braver than I feel, because I feel like we should be running so
Sylvie.
fast.
Sylvie touches her face, like Isabel's face. No one ever feels brave in the eyes of terror, in the eyes of monsters facing down these horrible beasts. Bravery, it does not exist. That is just stupidity if they actually are brave. You are feeling the right things and continuing to move forward despite being afraid. That is what bravery is. It is not the lack of feeling, but it is continuing to push forward despite the fear. And I say you are very, very brave for that.
You can see that the emotion is kind of almost overwhelming Isabel at this moment, to have this strength that you're showing her that she has.
We will be here. We will get your child and we will make sure that he pays for what he has done to you. We will make sure he pays dearly.
I hope you're right. And she kind of touches that spot where she always does when she's the most nervous.
It's at that touch that we notice the shadows of this gazebo and the vines kind of wrapping around it, almost like fingers that are like reticent to let go of something. The shadows likewise seeming reticent to let go as the light kind of causes these long shadows to shorten. And as that motion of these shortening shadows kind of leads across the ground of this park and away from the gazebo, we follow it through the city, continuing to do so block after block, until we finally find ourselves in more of a bustling, like market square area. There's a large fountain that is built kind of in the middle of this plaza, and it's kind of rimmed with shop fronts, not dissimilar to where Sylvie's shop is located, back in El Hidalgo, just on a much larger scale. Being on land, it's a lot easier to build larger features here. But in particular, it's on one of the corners where we find this confectioner's store. It sells pastries and sweets, and there's no shortage of people kind of out and about. Again, like it's almost like dawn has suddenly happened upon this place. People are starting to kind of come out of their homes as if they've been hiding there the majority of the time that they could. A breath of fresh air, if you will. And so, the shop maker is sweeping out kind of all of the cobwebs and the the detritus that is kind of like blown in over time, kind of putting things back where they belong, righting things, you know, that had fallen over, cleaning. And people are coming to buy things from this shop once again. But that's just the backdrop of where we find ourselves when we finally stop progressing through Manchelona. Who and what and where do we find nearby with a watchful eye, perhaps?
I think Guillaume is posted up on a uh on like the wall, like a wall on the street opposite the candy shop. And he's just smoking cigarettes out of kind of like, he's got like a long like fancy cigarette holder. And he's just kind of he's like got kind of like wrapped up in sort of like whatever, you know, cloak he could find. Something, it's not like something that doesn't look too inconspicuous as to be conspicuous. um he's clearly like trying to like keep himself from being nervous. He seems like he's got some kind of like a little bit of anxiety about this, both just the logistics of meeting this child and whoever is escorting him, and the potential emotional ramifications on one member of his party. And he's kind of tapping a foot, smoking impatiently, looking at the sweet shop, kind of waiting, like, you know, glaring up and down the street every once in a while. Um, Occasionally just making conversation with anyone that's standing around, but like keeping a watchful eye on the sweet shop.
Okay. Roll me a perception with advantage, if you would, please. You muted yourself.
10.
10. Okay. So you're keeping a watchful eye, but at some point you realize that your mind has kind of wandered a little. You know, people watching these people and kind of their strange behavior again, almost like they've emerged from hibernation, almost. You know, like they're kind of seemingly still fearful at some of the shadows. But watching them kind of bloom or emerge from that kind of catches your attention a little, maybe too much. And you realize at the last moment that there is a pair that enters the sweet shop. Both of them wearing hooded cloaks. One of them, you know, much taller than the other. One definitely a child. And you, it almost is a, like, you notice it and then don't even think about it again. However, there's enough about the material that the child's cloak is made out of that you are almost certain that that has to be a nobleman's son.
Yeah, I imagine, like, you know, just asking, oh, do you have the time of some passerby? And, oh, I'm sorry, I need to go pick up a child from the sweet shop. And he's gonna go across the street, follow into the shop. Um, and I will like, you know, just kind of looking around, start kind of like picking up like, oh, a couple different candies, like, you know, imagine, you know, just like looking like I'm browsing and thinking about like, oh, should I get the taffy or the toffee? It's hard to decide. um and kind of just scope out the shop once I'm inside, try to see if I can make like eye contact with the kid, or just scope out who he's with.
Absolutely. So, the kid, having seen him previously the night before, you kind of, you know, pay attention to him for just a moment, and you can tell by the mannerisms, the sound of the voice, like he may even turn enough for you to catch, a glimpse of his face. It's definitely the same child, Salvario II. The person that he is with, is an individual who walks with a cane and a pretty significant limp in his right foot. It seems like the cane is not merely like a point of style, that he's definitely needing it to kind of help him get around. His clothes are also very nice, but you can tell it's much more of a level of befitting a servant of a noble family. He is a human male, and he's not doting on the child. He's kind of letting the child do his own thing, but he is never far from the child at all. And his eyes are definitely kind of darting around the place with a fair bit of caution.
Okay, I want to just I'm gonna send a message to the kid and just say, hey kid, it's me from last night. Don't look. But the guy that's with you, you can just think the answer back at me. What's his deal? Is he a good guy? Should we be worried about him? Do we need to skedaddle? And I'll just keep looking at my candy. The toffee is chewier, but the taffy is airier. I do like that.
This kid, the moment that you send this spell, like straightens. You can see his shoulders like tighten, and his head goes up, and he starts like looking around the shop. In particular, all of the adults.
I would definitely shoot him back. Like, oh, play cool for now, buddy. Play cool for now. It's good. You don't need to look for me just now. I'm close by. I'll come say hi in just a minute. I just wanted to make sure about the guy, about your friend.
And you hear like this with my brain.
That's exactly it, buddy. I think you can wait. Can you respond to message? I actually can't remember. I might be mistaking that.
We're gonna roll with it.
I'm gonna find it real quick. Yeah, can reply.
Perfect.
Yep. Yeah, you got it, buddy. It's exactly the way to do it. Just think it back at me. So, who's this guy you're with?
Reston.
Does he work for your father?
Yes, but Reston is my friend.
Does that seem like a little kid naivete, like, oh no, this guy's my friend? Or is it like he kind of, does it seem like there's some knowing in that voice of like knowing who his father really is?
I think that if you were having a verbal communication, I might give you a chance at like an insight roll. However, since this is like pure telepathy, I don't know that kind of level of nuance comes across. I don't know
Totally
exactly
fair.
how it functions.
That's totally fair.
Okay.
I don't know how much tone is in a telepathic message.
Exactly.
Can you just send like a look through telepathy of like, ugh. Okay. It's like, I'll say, all right, why don't you fuck it. Never mind. Just go about your business. And I'm just gonna walk up to the guy. We'll see what happens. If he stabs me, hopefully it won't be with silver. What did he say the name was
in this game?
What did he say the name was again?
Reston. I put it here in our chat.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'll just walk up to the guy and kind of tap him on the shoulder. Like, excuse me, Mr. Is it Raston, correct?
He kind of sees you coming a few paces away, and he kind of almost imposes himself between you and the child. And he says, "How may I help you?"
Yes. This is very awkward, but I actually need to speak with you outside. If you could just come with me. It'll only take a moment. I just want to kind of get him away. I'm hoping that I brought at least one other person with me as kind of a guard, because we did know that he was going to be escorted. We didn't have a very developed plan here, so I'm kind of
So
just
it's kind
sussing
of
this
par for
guy
the
out.
course.
Yeah, I kind of just want to feel this guy out, see if I can get him like
All
out
right.
of the if he's gonna take a swing at me when I say like when I have what I have to say, I kind of don't want it to be in the middle of a sweet shop just because I'm afraid of getting like swarmed by lawmen. I don't know if they exist here or how
You're afraid of
shitty the
getting
Doge is, but
your jaw broken?
oh my god. Oh
Mm,
my god.
that was a deep one. You're welcome. That was
Oh
free.
yeah, just pour a little salt water taffy on the wounds.
Okay.
That's bad. That's bad. It's weak. Okay.
I think whenever you ask him to like step aside, he kind of like uses his cane to kind of help straighten himself a little more, and he says, "Does this pertain to the young master?"
Indeed it does. In a way.
You are.
Tell me, what do you know of the boy's parentage?
I work for his father, and I knew his mother.
Who was his mother?
He kind of sighs. There's like almost like a weight that like descends onto his shoulders. It is a tragic tale. She is no longer with us, I am afraid.
Mm-hmm. And what was her name?
Her name was Isabel. He like lowers his voice when he says this.
If I buy you a drink, will you tell me this tragic tale?
I do not think that there is time for drinks.
No, there may not be. Oh man, okay, you know what? Can I do this? Can I do that? I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm going to no, I can't do it subtly. Shit. I should have done this before.
He follows up with, "Is it true? Do you actually know his mother? Or are you lying to this poor boy, trying to exploit him?"
Okay, that I want to know. Did that seem like genuine concern for the boy, or was that like trying to figure out like does he know and like get information out of
Please
me?
roll an insight.
Oh, please be good. Please be good. Oh, okay, that's a 10 on the die. What's my insight? I think I'm okay at that. Uh Insight would be so a 13.
Okay. This absolutely comes across as protectiveness over the boy. You don't know exactly where this guy's allegiances lie necessarily, but
Yeah.
you do not question the fact that he has the boy's best interests at heart.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm also pretty confident that even just 3 of us could kick his ass if we had to. So, yes, I do know the boy's mother. and she's eager to be reunited with him. And I think you know who his father is, and the kind of man his father is, and what kind of life his father has given him, and the kind of life his father offered his mother. And so I want to do this peacefully. I just want to offer you, I'll let you come along. It seems like you have some level of affection for her. If you thought the tale of what the Doge said happened to her was tragic. But the boy deserves a chance to meet his mother, to know her. And you know, he would see that, like, Guillaume would get kind of a little bit of a faraway look at that, saying that. And he thinks just briefly of his own mother who left when he was incredibly small and who he barely remembers. You know, it's important. It's important.
Whenever you mentioned this boy's father, the Doge, and the kind of life that he likely has in store as this child, Raston's eyes kind of drift to the child, and you can see that there is that same kind of sullenness, that sadness whenever thinking about something that he's looking at. And he nods eventually towards the end of what you've been saying. When Salvario told me that he had come across someone in his room, I was very skeptical, as you can understand. One might say even furious. He told me that...
Totally fair. Totally fair. Looking back on it, it was the absolute worst way to introduce myself. And like, I just want you to know, I did not suggest the sweet shop. That was not my idea. That was his.
He puts up like a hand that has, you know, one or two like meager rings on it. Please. When he then told me that this person promised to take him to his mother, you can understand my skepticism. But you are right about the Doge. And he kind of again lowers his voice, leans in, trying careful that no one else nearby might be able to hear. He's a cruel man. His eyes, you notice, Guillaume, drift to his right leg.
Guillaume just sort of nods, kind of getting it.
So, if there is an opportunity to help the young master find a life that is better suited for one of his nature, then I would gladly pay whatever price it might cost.
It gladdens me to hear that. I hope, my hope is that the cost to you will not be too great if we can potentially remove the thing that might cost you. Anyway, that's a whole other issue that we can discuss maybe in a more private location. But I do have one other question. How old is the boy?
He kind of looks at you like he's trying to decide whether it's a good idea to say something. And he kind of looks around the immediate area. If you know the way to his mother, perhaps we should be on our way, and I can tell you what I know on the way.
And I'll start leading the way.
And he will confirm. He will confirm that the child is only 3 years old. This is why I want to help him leave this place. He's already missed so much experience. Being purposefully matured this way it isn't right. Especially not for one such as him.
Thank you for being honest with me. And like, as we're kind of walking like with the kid, I like prestidigitation him like a little yo-yo to play with. It's like he's a nice kid. Most of the kids in the city I come from are they spend more time throwing rocks at dogs than whatever it is he does. He seems intelligent. Is all.
He's very smart. He has a great heart. By the way, I should tell you that if you intend to betray us and at any point that becomes apparent, that you will probably not live to regret it.
I kind of like pat him on the back, like, I like you. Man after my own heart. I'm planning no betrayal. The boy's mother is a dear friend, and I hope nothing more than to reunite mother and child. Now, if you are planning to betray us and her location, I should let you know that we will descend upon you like a pack of wild fucking rats.
For the first time through this entire exchange, he actually like cracks a smile, and he says, "Then we understand one another."
Yeah, just give a big smile and nod and like ruffle the kid's hair.
At some point, you notice Reston kind of like looking ahead, and again, this kind of almost like a dark cloud kind of passes over him. He kind of shakes his head, his eyes kind of falling back to the street. To think that Doña Isabel has been alive all of this time.
What did the Doge tell you happened? I mean, maybe we should wait. I don't want you to have to explain it twice. I'm sure that Isabella will have questions. Sorry, that name's still weird coming out of my mouth. She's traveled under an alias of sorts. It's complicated.
I suppose that makes sense. It was probably wise to do so. Then again, she was always very wise.
It was a pretty good alias. I don't think anybody would have suspected. Anyway, trade secrets. We're close now. It's just offshoot of the park.
Ah, of course. The gazebo. Sylvie and Chimeran, the two of you notice three individuals who kind of enter the edge of the park through, whatever like trellis or something that you like pass underneath. And you can see that one of them is a child, and one of them, just by his gait, that you can tell is Guillaume. The third, again, walks with a cane and with a limp on his right foot, but appears to be a somewhat lithe human man. and they are making their way towards you.
What does Guillaume have planned here? This was not supposed to be. There's not supposed to be another person.
Isabel has just grabbed your hand and I think is squeezing it because yeah, this is not the plan. Who is this man?
As soon as we
She's
get
afraid.
as
Yeah.
soon as we get within range, I would want to message Sylvie and say, this man is the boy's protector. He seems to be on the level and against the Doge, but be ready for violence just in case. He seems to believe he's capable.
Yeah, you'd see like Sylvie kind of walk in front of Isabel, like put herself in front ever so slightly.
Yeah, and I think at the same time Isabel actually kind of takes a step back. So to use you as protection. Yeah.
So, do you actually step like out of the gazebo, Sylvie?
Yeah, I think Sylvie would first.
Okay. So Sylvie kind of like steps forward. Chimeran kind of, or I'm sorry, Isabel kind of remaining kind of back in the shade of the gazebo. Again, you may be even somewhat hidden from some of this kind of twisted, the twisted vines and stuff that kind of grow up around the posts that form the gazebo. When Sylvie steps forward, Reston kind of stops, like slows his steps, and he kind of reaches for a ring, one of the rings that he had that you saw on his fingers when he kind of held his hand up to you before. What is the meaning of this? This is not Isabel.
No, it's not. And in that moment, Guillaume just like kind of instinctively falls back on lying just because he's not sure how much Sylvie wants said of her identity. He goes, may I introduce you to Lady Francesca Allegra Marinera? She's like myself from the city. She is escorting Miss Isabella.
Sorry, give me a sec. Marinara slayed me.
It was Allegra for me.
Lady Boyardee.
It would be like Lady Marinera of the Chateau Boyardee.
It's only ragu if it comes from the south.
Otherwise, it's just sparkling red sauce.
Have you met her stagecoach man, her driver, Mr. Meatball?
Okay. So you see Reston, his hand kind of still touching the ring on his other finger, as if like he's ready to trigger or activate something that the ring must hold, but he doesn't do so yet.
I'll say, calm down, man. They're not expecting you either. I think they were just expecting the kid. So this is all a little tense. Everybody, this is all a little tense. Doesn't need to be. As far as I can tell, this guy seems to have some of the same goals we have. So I would really like if you could just put that ring in your pocket. Like I'm keeping my hands away from weapons. No rings. I mean, these are rings, but like they're not like magical. They don't do anything.
The man kind of looks past Sylvie. Doña Isabel? He kind of like calls back towards the gazebo. Isabel, it's at this moment that you recognize this man. He's a few years older. And the last time that you saw him, he had neither a limp in his right leg or a cane. But you would know this man as Raston Canero. While Vitor was kind of like your personal valet, Raston was kind of the head of the house. Kind of, made things in order, and tried as best he could to undo a lot of the damage that was done like on a daily basis by Salvario.
I imagine he was the one person that kind of treated me kindly at my short stay there. So hearing his voice, I think Isabel takes like a big like breath in, and then she would take one kind of step out of the shadows of the overgrown gazebo, and at the same time kind of remove the hood such that he could see her, or you could call it her scarlet tresses that are very distinctive.
Guillaume, you hear like a small like like a catch in this man's like throat, and he immediately begins moving forward with his hobbling gait. Doña Isabella,
wait.
I did not hope to believe that the rumors were true, that you were still alive.
Rest on, you have. And she kind of looks to his leg before looking back up. You look well. Stories of my presence here cannot be known. It's far too
Yes.
dangerous.
It is not something that they will ever hear from my lips. I swear to you. Forgive me. I thought that what he said was true. I thought that you had died.
That I died.
Yes, that you had died giving birth to a young master.
Trained us, I guess. And everyone here thinks the child is his.
Yes, he is named for him. He is the heir apparent.
Of course he is. It's the only reason why he wanted me in the first place. She kind of mutters. I didn't even know my son still lived.
Yes, he is here. He turns and he says, Young master, you should come here. And the child kind of obeys with very little reluctance. All of you that are here can tell that this kid is used to kind of listening to this man, like somewhat like a surrogate father. So he immediately kind of comes forward, even though he's answering kind of like the call that has kind of beckoned him from this man, his eyes are on you, Isabel. And there is a myriad of emotions that are kind of like playing out on his face: confusion, doubt, fear, sadness, happiness. He approaches to stand beside Raston, kind of looking up at you. And he says, "Your hair looks like mine."
There's kind of a catch in her breath as Isabel goes to step forward, but kind of I guess changes her mind and instead just kind of squats down where she's at instead, to bring herself probably at this point a little bit below his eye level. So now she's looking up at him. And as she does look up, she removes the mask that she's wearing. So for Guillaume, this is like the first time you've ever seen Chimeran without a mask, ever. But she removes the mask to look at the boy, and her eyes are filled with tears. And she looks at him and she's like, "You have grown so big. A handsome young man. What is your name?"
My name is Salvario Lothar del Sombrania II.
"I am Isabel. It is the greatest pleasure of mine to meet you."
Are you are are you are you my mother?
Again, there's that catch in her voice as she goes to speak and she can't, and then she just kind of nods, and eventually the voice comes back. She's like, "Yes. Yes, I am.
Without a second word, he hugs you tightly.
And I think she goes stiff right away because she was not expecting this, and then almost melts into the hug as she embraces him back.
Nearby, Raston kind of thumps his cane against the ground, almost the way somebody would like applaud. And you can see both Sylvie and Guillaume that this man is smiling. He is very pleased, and he is also crying. In this exchange, during this moment, what are Guillaume and Sylvie doing?
Guillaume was watching intently, but is now like turned away to make it look like he is watching kind of the way in to this little section of the park, just so that no one can see him like furiously like wiping tears, doing that thing that like guys do in the theater when they're crying in a movie, where they're like, "Oh, I'm just my arms are crossed and my hands up here, and just occasionally I'm like scratching my." I'm just trying to get like all of the like tears away.
I think Sylvie is watching very closely at Restone just to she believes him and all of that, but with similarly to the other person that they met, the spider guy, um, she's not necessarily suspect of him as a person, but more like what kind of influence or what has, he done to Restone or anything like that. So she's being extremely like letting them have their moment, but just being very perceptive and alert to anything and everything that's happening.
Okay, absolutely. I think that there is this moment between Chimeran and the child, um, where he finally will let you go, Isabel, and he says, "I was always told that you had died, and that I would never have the chance to meet you, and that the reason that you had died was because of me."
Oh. Oh, no, no, no. There are so many things that you have been told that are just not true. You did not hurt me. And that man you think is your father is not your father. You are taken from me the moment you are born, and this is the first time I am laying eyes on you. And you are such a joy.
And why are you crying?
I am so happy. I feared I would never, ever meet you. And that if I ever did, that you would not know who I was. And I think she breaks that at that point, and she just kind of like breaks the eye contact, and she um wipes her face as she's like, enough of the sad things. I have seen you now, and my heart is full. And then she looks up to Raston. She's like, and what do we do now?
That I was hoping that you would tell me. I know several people in the city in Manchalona, but I am afraid that if we use any of my contacts, that what has happened will get back to the Doge. He will know that the boy is gone, and I will do what I can to slow his pursuit.
How long do we have? Do you know when he'll be back?
He shakes his head. He departed for Alidalgo nearly a week and a half ago. He should be back within perhaps a few days, maybe a week. Depends on how much he chose to indulge himself during Mardival.
We might have a safe place for him outside of the city, but I think it would be best if we didn't tell you more than that.
I agree.
But you if you stay and
I
we
am
will
so
kill
very
you.
happy to have seen you, Doña Isabel. And he bows to you.
Man, I don't want to step on your heroic act, but like you could just fuck off too. You don't have to keep working for this guy. We're doing like a whole thing. We've got, wheels within wheels, that kind of thing.
Kind of looks down at his leg. Where am I going to go that he will not find me? I cannot adopt such a clever disguise.
I mean, I'm hoping that if you can just like lay low for like a couple weeks, maybe he won't be able to find you at all. Wink, wink.
He kind of thinks for a long moment, and he turns to young Salvario. It is your decision, young master. Would you have me go with you? Wherever it is that your journey now takes you? Or should I head my own direction? The child kind of looks at him for a long time. He kind of looks at you, Isabel. Where I have to go. Is it far?
Just a couple days' ride to begin with. For now. And then once we finish what we need to do here, I don't know where we would go. Back to Aladalgo to start, potentially. And she looks to Sylvie, and Guillaume. But then we can see what life has in store for us.
You see Sylvie nodding.
Reston then turns to you, Isabel. And you, Doña. You are willing to take an old man into your service?
I would be honored, Reston.
He nods. And Salvaro says, Good. I did not want to have to say goodbye to you, Reston. Reston kind of smiles and kind of squeezes the boy's shoulder. All right, young master. All right. So, what comes next? Reston says to you, the group of you. And I think we're going to skip role-playing through the next bit. The next bit is you escape the town. But I think we're going to take our 10-minute break here. So, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And 10 minutes. Sit tight. We will be right back with the second half of session 26 of Evermore le Masquerade, To Die on the Vine. Sit tight. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. This is Evermore le Masquerade, our D&D 5th edition campaign, and this will be the second half of session 26, titled "To Die on Vine." So, unless I'm mistaken, it sounds like the plan might be to send a few were-rats with the boy and Raston, and to have them head back to Alta Venania, where the highwayman lives, at least for the time being, until you can kind of finish your business in Manchalona. Is this correct?
So we
Are
can get to the arson and
there-
other things.
We got shit to burn, Karen.
Exactly.
And then just as a as an extremely paranoid backup contingency, Guillaume is going to give the rat people and Gaston his father's address and just write a quick letter saying, please look after these people. Basically saying, if anything happens at the highwayman's and you need to get out of there for any reason, I want this to be your fallback location. He's a good and decent man. He should look after you for the time being, and I'll like to put my seal on it.
Okay. Is there anything about their departure that anybody wants to touch on?
Yes. I think there'll be a moment before I let them go where it's just why can't I didn't name him, so I can't remember his name.
Salvario.
Silvario. Where it's just Isabel and Silvario, maybe sitting in the gazebo at this point on one of the wood benches, chatting, kind of getting to know each other. And she asks him before he goes if it is all right if he cuts a piece of his hair to keep.
My hair?
I know it's silly, but something to remember you by while you are away for these few days.
He kind of shrugs.
What
Sure.
kids do. So she
I
would
suppose
gently
so.
take a lock from his hair, and she would tie it with this little ribbon that she has. And then we see that she pulls out this silver snuff box that has this fine carving on it that says dreams. And she opens it, and inside there's this handkerchief. And she kind of unwraps that, and inside we see 2 locks of blonde hair, one with a green ribbon, one with a blue. And she takes these locks of Salvario's hair and nestles it in between the 2 of them. This way I can always have you close to my heart when I'm away from you. And she's just looking at the 3 locks of hair, and then she says, this one. And she's pointing to the one with the green ribbon. This is your real father's hair. Just wanted you to know that man who says he's your father, he is not. And then she would carefully wrap them up again before closing them back into the snuff box.
Will I ever get the chance to see him?
I'm afraid not. He is dead.
He kind of looks down, where he's kind of like dragging the toes of his boots kind of against the wood of the gazebo floor. I'm sorry that he died. And that it probably made you sad.
Yeah, but he is always with me. And she kind of pats the little box, as now you will be. It is okay, Silvario. Things happen in life, but we must move on. The important thing is that we are now together, and we can build our own lives. And then she'll tuck away the box, and look up at the others who are probably standing around, and come, we should probably go. And she'll stand up, and then kind of as a kind of a second thought, she would hold out her hand to him, to walk him back if he takes it.
He looks at it for just a moment before taking it and walking with you, and kind of holding on to it a little tighter than he might need to.
She gives him a little squeeze back, not like too much of one, but just, like a loving squeeze. And she smiles down at him.
And with that, Raston and Salvario, with the assistance of two of the were-rats that had come to Manchelona with you, turn and ride from the city of Manchelona. Much like 3 years prior, Isabel herself had done.
I want to say Guillaume like picked which rat people were going, and
Oh, sure.
specifically did not pick Valis to go on the
Did not pick
to the
Valis.
highwaymen on this little journey. Kept Valis close just in case.
Oh.
Why is that, Guillaume?
Oh, I see.
Because she's a smoke show.
Oh, okay. Good. Just wanted
Alice.
to,
Okay.
because
All
of
right.
the assets that she brings to the team.
She also did seem to be the one talking for the group, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
that's useful.
Mm-hmm. We got you, yeah. Okay. So, is there anything else that any of you want to do here in Manchelona before you set out on the path northwestward, towards the the mountains? Excuse me. And the location of the Castillo de Borjido, by way of the Borjido vineyard.
I don't want to take up a bunch of time, but I just wanted to see if I could buy a crossbow or bow of some sort before we leave, because now several
Absolutely.
times I've been like, man, I wish I had something that I could just kill something from far away with. I don't really have anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. In my mind, Gerdessi culture probably lends itself more commonly to crossbows than bows. It's not that you couldn't find one, but if you were just kind of looking for the first thing you would have come across, it probably would have been a crossbow.
Yeah, I think a
Especially here in the
crossbow
city.
is more Lox's style anyway, so I will.
Okay, perfect.
I would love to pick up a maybe even just like a hand crossbow would be great.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And you know,
Cool.
the quarrels and stuff that you need for it are all available as well, and for whatever the list price is in the book.
Okay, cool. Right on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
So when Lox leaves to go buy his crossbow, Vera is going to be in the room with the like our stuff and everything, kind of just waiting. And she is going to walk over to the bag where the books are being kept. And she is going to reach inside and she's going to pull out the one that her and Sylvia were going through. And she's gonna kind of stand there like holding it and kind of looking at the cover of it, and she's kind of like running her hands like down the sides of the book and along like all the like embossed symbols and stuff on it. And
it's again this kind of like very heavily textured red tinged leather, but the longer that you've kind of looked at this and what you know of it, this leather has not been dyed red. Like, this is made from red hide. And again, any time where the book is in relative shade, darkness, dim light, you hear those whispering chorus of voices kind of at the fringe of your mind. You can even see, again, when it's dark enough around this book, that there's a slight faint glow kind of emanating from between the pages of this book.
She's going to kind of pull it over into a kind of darker like corner, or maybe like if there's like an armoire or something, she's going to kind of like open it up and put it inside of this thing. And when she starts hearing those whispers and those sounds coming through, she is going to use her ability that's called universal speech. And it specifically says that she can talk to, as an action, she can choose to talk to 4 creatures within 60 feet. But she's going to see if she can actually like talk to this book.
So this book, though you can hear these whispers coming from it, this book itself doesn't appear to have any sentience to it. So nothing changes when you try to like reach out and communicate to it. The voices don't change their whispering. They don't no one voice like sticks out anymore.
Okay.
It's
so it just effectively doesn't like work. It doesn't actually connect then.
Right.
Okay. Interesting. Can she, when she tries to open it, is it dark enough for her to open it? Or is there too much like residual daylight around?
I mean, like if you were to draw the curtains and, put the book in the armoire and really kind of like try, you could get it to where it was in absolute darkness.
Okay. She's going to go ahead and do that and pop the book open.
Okay. When you open the book, I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
It's not that I'm hoping for you to fail it. It's that I want someone else to understand.
I got a 14.
You gotta see what I've seen, man.
She knows.
14.
Vera knows. Right. Smoke this, Vera. Let's sit down and talk.
Vera, when you open the book, you reach to open the book, you are suddenly yanked from this place, this time, and find yourself elsewhere entirely. And you're kind of, looking around, realizing that you're in some kind of strange, cavernous place. You're not certain. It might be a different plane of existence, for all you can tell. But that's when you realize that, like, as you're looking around, that you aren't looking through your own eyes. This is not your body. And you see the same thing that we described not that long ago when Guillaume found himself in the point of view of this chained, shackled, demonic form. And you can clearly see the places and feel the pain from your body where the hide for these books was stripped away.
Okay. I want to see if I can get myself to answer the question of like, who am I?
Okay. Interesting.
Like if I start thinking about like, who am I? Like I want to try to see if I can, because she's expecting this because she's heard Guillaume's story. So she's terrified, but she was prepared. It wasn't like dumped
Okay.
on her. And
Then-
whatever you need me to roll to do
Yeah.
this, I'm fine.
Plus, she
think
knows that Guillaume is going to be fucking pissed if Vera was able to just like keep her shit together and learn something during this nightmarish experience. So,
Mhm.
like, you want to give it to her just to torture me, right?
We'll see. We'll see what the dice have to say.
Like a persuasion?
I don't think it's gonna be as persuasion. I think this is almost just like raw willpower. So let's do a wisdom saving throw. Again.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. I rolled a 1. So, this demon, thinks this question: who am I? And it, you almost get the sensation that it's having to search, to remember. Apparently, this demon seems to have been bound this way for a long, long time. And eventually, a name kind of drifts back to your consciousness, almost like it's being searched for in the darkness and is finally kind of found, and at first questioned, before kind of being repeated until there's like a little more assurance. And the name that you get is Theramod. Put it in our chat here. And the demon eventually kind of turns this mantra, if you will, of I am Theramod. And as it does so, it starts to pull against these chains, causing the chains to like tighten and pull against like the cavernous walls and ceiling where they're anchored in place, which causes this whole room to kind of shake and rumble, and pieces of like dust and small rubble like, you know, raining down upon your body, and you feel like anger welling within yourself again.
I'm going to ask just one more thing and then we can figure out how this concludes or whatever. Can I give it a bardic inspiration to break one of the chains?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. What is your bardic inspiration die?
It is a D8.
Okay. We see this demon. We see you straining against these chains. This kind of bellowing growl kind of like building from the depths of your soul, and you strain and pull, and these shackles, every time that they are pulled taut, you can see them kind of snap like into like tautness, and a bit of like corrosion and like rust kind of like jumps off of them with each kind of like shake and pull of tautness. They do not, however, seem to break. That is, until one of them pulls a chunk of the wall out and it falls to the ground and collapses. And you are catapulted back into the present, thrown backwards to the ground, kind of on the floor in front of this armoire.
I'm going to say that Vera attempts to do this. You do not have to tell me whether or not it gets through. But as that happens and she sees that kind of come and she feels herself kind of starting to get like pulled out of this thing at the last moment before she does, she's just going to say something along the lines of like something along the lines of like I can give you power to be free from your masters. And like, as now, you don't have to tell me if it goes through or anything, because I'm totally fine with that. I just want to throw that little like egg out there and see what happens. Because
Okay.
Vera has thoughts. And Austin's face makes all of this worth it.
Right.
So she gets catapulted out and she kind of, maybe it takes her like, maybe she's almost stunned for a little bit with the violence of how she's thrown out of this, and she hits the floor and she kind of winces as she gets up and she looks around and seeing that probably a little bit of time has kind of maybe passed while this is going on and stuff. And she knows Lox is going to be back and the others are going to be back and there's going to be a kid and all this other stuff's going on. And so she kind of gets up and takes the book and probably grabs it out off of the floor where it's now maybe in some sunlight and stuff now. And she picks it up and kind of tucks it back away in the bag that it was in. She sits down maybe on the edge of the bed with like her hand shaking and like kind of just, okay. And kind of just talking herself down from everything that she just went through.
Okay. Is there any other mischief that anybody wants to get up to? No? Austin, you're thinking real hard.
I'm trying to think. Do we have a bit of alchemist fire? I think we bought some fire breath potions. I just know that we're planning on doing some arson. So like if we could buy some alchemist fire, I probably would. I have enough for I think they're 50 gold too, if I can find them.
I think that's right.
I have one flask at the moment.
I have a flask also, and I have oil.
I also
Okay,
have one flask of alchemist fire.
Oh, and I got two
That's fair.
flasks of oil. So
I got 4 fire breath potions, so like I'm not
Nice.
hurting for flammability.
Yeah, so maybe even just buying more oil.
Oh, you know what? I have 3 bottles of alchemist fire. Maybe I'm over.
I think we might be good. I think we might be a little.
Yeah,
I think we were already planning
overarmed
this,
for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like fire has been on the agenda for a while.
There's
If
a
we
scene
get
with
stopped
like,
by the cops, we're going to federal prison. That's
there's a
how
scene
much
where, like,
alchemist fire we have.
all of you
on
have
us.
gotten together and they have like brought all of your toys out onto the table at once, and you're like, oh, There's like,
this is like a
this
fear and
pile of
loathing
vials.
scene, but instead of drugs, it's all like magical potions and grenades and oh Jesus, yeah, like we're armed for grape. So let's do this.
All right. So the group of you mounts up and collects your horses from the carriage house. Not the carriage house, the horse house. Sorry. The carriage house is next door.
That's where you put your carriages.
Correct.
Obviously.
I understand my mistake now. Thank you. You're all very considerate friends.
Wait, are we talking about horse houses again?
Mm-hmm. Do we ever not talk about horse
Always.
houses? The first rule about horse houses: you talk about horse house. So you head back out of Manchalona, getting onto the road and heading northwest towards the mountains. The land around Manchalona is very hilly. You've been seeing a lot of kind of foothills to mountains and things for a while in your travels, even before coming to the city itself. Heading northwest, things definitely start to become more rocky, more mountainous. The elevation starts to change in pitch quite a bit. And it's kind of on these fertile slopes that there is a long tradition of growing the grapes that are made or that are used to make wine, and in particular in Gerdes Olavida. And now the majority of those vineyards have been brought kind of all under one family for some time. The Borjido family, which is in fact Lugarico's family, his claim to fortune, if you will. Before long, you are traveling through the very like defined, neat rows of grapes, the vines that are planted, and kind of nestled in between them is a bit of a compound, like a series of buildings that would rival any estate that you have probably been to before in Gerdessi. It's definitely not a small operation, if you will. And in the fields and bustling around the actual vineyard itself, there's no shortage of people going about all manner of tasks, whether they're harvesting or squishing the grapes, or rolling barrels around or loading wagons. There's no shortage of people around here. What is the plan? What are you doing as you kind of begin to approach this vineyard?
Vera's been pretty quiet the entire ride out here. She's kind of lost in her thoughts, and at some point when she realizes how close they're going, she's going to kind of look up and look over at Locks, and I am not used to committing arson and nefarious things, so do we have a plan? Or are we just throwing fire?
Well, I think it goes without saying, but I actually do have a bit of experience in this arena. This isn't my first act of arson. Really, we'll just have to kind of see what the shape of things is when we get there. We'll likely need to wait until nightfall, unless we want to try and get a bunch of people out of the fields. We'll get a feel for guards, patrols, where light's coming from once that sun starts going down. For now, it's just act casual.
So not to be the moralist of the group, doesn't seem to normally be my job, but I am curious, how many of these guards, like, do you think these guards are in on this? Do you think they know what they're doing? Like, I'm hoping we don't burn a lot of random like employees alive, I think is really where I'm coming from with that. I would feel bad about that. I have no problem killing complicit employees who are like, yes, let's support this vampiric empire. But if these people are just like working here, maybe we any that we can, let's try to,
I'm not saying we just kill everyone in sight, but even if these guards aren't aware that they're serving vampires, they've sure turned the other eye at a lot of awful shit. They're complicit whether they know it or not.
The reality is even if they don't know, they're probably going to try to fight us to defend their lord's grounds so they don't have to experience his wrath. If they run, I guess we'd let them run if they run screaming, but if they fight,
I'll only stab people when I have to, okay, Guillaume?
all right. And I guess what I'm saying is let's try to stab people as non-lethally as possible. That feels like a really tall order with stabbing. Specifically, it's one of those things that you don't have a ton of control over. Once someone's stabbed, what happens
you'd be
after that is
surprised.
sort of up to whoever. But if you can, that's all. If you got a blunt weapon, I don't. I have magic, which is pretty lethal. So I'll soften them up.
I will see to it that I honor your very reasonable request.
Hey,
To the best of my
whatever happens out
ability.
there happens. Whatever happens, and I'm not gonna hold anything against you or
I mean-
myself. I might have to, pew.
I mean, if we set the fires far enough away from the main compound, like say starting at the edges and have it, like burn towards it, then most of them would potentially run far enough away that we may not have to stab them at all.
I like your thinking.
That's a good point.
We'll do it as quickly and quietly as we can. Try not to engage anyone.
What is the situation others around us as we're traveling, Jeremy? Are we able to speak pretty like openly with each other and not get overheard as we're getting closer to the city?
Yes, there's not a lot of traffic on the road, and most of the workers are kind of in the field further out than the road itself. So I mean, as long as you're not like shouting back and forth to one another, I think it's perfectly possible to have a quiet conversation amongst yourselves as you're kind of riding up to like the vineyard compound.
So
Go ahead,
go ahead.
please.
As we're sort of approaching, I guess then Locks would sort of be sort of mentally making a note of any sort of landmarks and trying to get as best a sense as he can of like the overhead view of what the vineyards look like, so he can start kind of formulating like, where do we need to put oil, where do we need to like throw alchemist fire, like how sort of, if he can get sort of a map in his mind, I think that'll be helpful. So as we're getting close, he'll kind of start just almost absently sort of doing that, sort of casing the joint to a certain extent.
And again, it's probably fairly easy to do because the mountains are such a constant on that side of the vineyard, kind of beyond where you're facing, literally. So getting your bearings, is not difficult to do. So you start to kind of look around, and you how close are you getting? Are you guys gonna ride right up through like the gates of this compound?
No, I think we should probably like kind of skirt the edges and kind of do like a perimeter check, see what the guard situation is, what kind of guard houses they have around the vineyards. kind of make it look like we might just be like travelers heading off in a different direction or off towards the, like if there's woods or something.
Yeah, if only we knew like a rat or something that could go in and sneak around and check out the layout and work that spy magic.
Well, I mean, I guess is the plan the vineyards, the compound, or both? I was thinking the vineyards, but like if we wanted,
We have
where
to
do you
burn the
want me? I can-
vineyards.
Right.
Sure.
Because the vineyards and the place, let me just to clarify to make sure the vineyards and the place that the women are being kept are two different locations far from each other, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The vineyard is still kind of not quite into the mountains yet. The castle
Okay.
is deeper
Is
into
in the
mountains
mountains.
still. Right.
Right. Okay.
So
I mean, yeah, I thought our idea was to just burn the vineyards.
Yeah, this like I thought we were just trying to stop the supply
yeah,
Mhm.
of the wine that he's made. I mean, we can't stop what he's already
Put out there. Sure. I
made.
guess my question
But
is, do you
the
want
next
do you want me
batch, right?
to do you just want like we could do a quick rat scout of just all of
That's-
the vineyards and see what the guard situation is while you guys kind of hunker down?
if there's time, it might be good to sort of get a feel for what is actually in the compound too, like in the structures, because I mean, if we're here burning the vineyards and then we also find out that there's like a bunch of vampires and coffins inside the compound, like we may as well burn it all. So
I'm
maybe
even
get,
thinking if there's a bunch of wine in the compound and
Oh,
we
yeah,
start
true,
that
if
on
they
fire,
have a
we
bunch of
burn stuff
stuff,
that's
yeah.
already the stuff that's already made, you
yeah,
know.
good point.
And who knows, maybe this compound is where the three sisters, the brides are.
Yeah, because we didn't follow them all the way.
Yeah, we just followed a general direction. We don't know if they came
Yeah.
here or if they went to the castle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
there's no harm in setting the whole place on fire while we're here.
Right. I mean,
there might even be some stuff in there that we could use to help burn stuff too. So maybe maybe we the four of us find a place to hunker down, and then Guillaume, you can rat scout it out.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay. Guillaume, I would like an investigation from you, please.
I'll tap him with a bardic inspiration before he goes into the compound.
How frequently do we refresh our inspiration? Just curious.
It lasts for 10 minutes.
No, not bardic
Oh,
inspiration.
you?
I mean like
Oh,
like inspiration.
Oh, player inspiration.
I can't remember if you're one of those like you get one every once in a while or gotta earn 'em.
Try to give them out, and I am bad about.
No, you're
remembering
good.
to
You're
do
good.
so.
You're good. Okay. What's the bardic
Um,
die? Is it a D8 at this point?
Mhm.
yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. That's gonna make you said what was it? It was an investigation.
Correct.
Oh, I don't suppose I'm good at that, am I? Well, I'm smart, so there is that. Okay. 13. Some bad rolls.
Okay. So you transform while the others kind of find a place to tuck away for a little while. And you kind of start to cut across these vineyards to kind of get an idea, a literal lay of the land, kind of what's what and where's, where. And you're smelling the kind of things that you would expect to smell. You smell the earth, being recently overturned. You smell the grapes, on the vine. You smell the sweat of the workers who are, toiling here in the vineyards. But there's something else that you're also smelling. It's kind of a sickly sweet kind of smell, and it's not like rotting vegetation.
I wanna follow that smell. I wanna just keep going wherever it seems to be getting stronger. Have a feeling it's gonna lead me to the compound, but I'll follow my nose.
Okay. So using your rat instincts, we see Guillaume's little nose twitching, his whiskers kind of bouncing around, and it doesn't actually take you closer to the compound. You you find yourself moving towards one of the places where these grapevines that extend in every direction or two directions, quite a ways. You actually find yourself coming back to where the trunk of that vine actually comes into the ground.
Are there any like workers around me? Like, am I hidden in the vines?
I mean, there are definitely workers nearby, but if any of them have noticed you, none of them have done anything more than just, kind of a, tss, tss, like shake their foot
Yeah.
at you, kind of
Yeah,
just
but
kind of
they might know,
hurrying you
okay,
on.
so they would notice me if I shifted into a different form. I want to
Yeah.
kind of dig then in rat form just at the base of this thing. See if there's just anything like noticeable about the roots. See where, if I can find anything just a little bit down.
Okay. You dig down in the dirt a little, and this seems to go down quite a ways, but the the dirt here has been disturbed recently. Like it looks like this was grown and planted not that long ago. The dirt hasn't really had much of an opportunity to kind of like pack down very tight around here. So digging in it is pretty easy. You dig down a ways, probably at least like the distance of your current like body length, um, and you find a strange thing. You find what looks like a finger with a fingernail on it.
Um, okay, I want to do another quick look around just to make sure that there aren't like, there aren't workers that are like close enough to be watching me. And I just want to start doing as much digging around that as I can and expose as much of that body as I can. See if it's just a hand, if it's a whole body. Like I just as much like skittering dirt away to uncover as much as I can in about like 5 or 10 minutes. And then I think I'm gonna try to scurry on and see if I can scout anything else out about like guard houses.
Okay. So you continue to like dig the dirt around, and you realize that the finger does truncate in a hand. And as you kind of like dig out beside that, you start to see, the next place where a finger would emerge from the same hand. But as you like dig out, you notice like the rest of that finger is strange looking, almost more similar to the grapevine itself.
I'm gonna back away from that because that freaks me out. And
All
I
of a
don't want to be.
sudden, there is a shovel that like slams into the dirt next to you, and you, looking back, see that one of these vineyard workers has noticed you digging in the dirt and is trying to kill you with this shovel. Get out of there.
I just want to start running. Okay, I want to run, jump over the finger, like as much as I've exposed of it, and then kind of try to like run away into the vines, and then just be still and kind of watch to see if he notices what I've uncovered.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check then, please.
$14.
14. Okay. So he chases you a little with the shovel, kind of swinging at you a few times. But you manage to, put like a row and then another row of plant like between you, where he would have to like go all the way to the left or to the right to be able to get around them and come down. So he gives up the chase at that point and kind of returns to what you have dug up, what you have uncovered. And you can see and hear his like, oh, I am sorry, my friend. So very, very sorry. And shovels the dirt that you had dug back to close in the hole once again.
All right, well, I've seen enough. I will finish my scouting rounds, see if I can kind of clock where the guard houses are. But I will say when I return, Guillaume, it seems kind of angry. We can burn it anytime. Doesn't matter. They know.
Interestingly enough, also on your patrolling, you did not see any proper guards.
Yeah, I guess I'll let everybody know what I found and what happened when I uncovered it and led someone to it. Guillaume definitely seems like a little pissed off at this. Like he's just kind of sullen.
And no guards is almost worse than there being guards, because what do they have protecting this place? They got to have something.
I was thinking I should wait till nightfall and then I can check out the compound. I think it's likely there'll be more eyes on the compound, and if I try to go in there during the daytime, I mean, I got noticed in the field. But I think we do need to know what's in that compound. Yeah, I think like shortly after giving the report on what's going on in the field, I probably would head back out to go like check out if there is a way into the compound other than the main gate that like a rat could gain egress.
I think when Guillaume is kind of gone the first time, I think at some point there is actually a worker who starts to approach where the rest of you have kind of like held up near like the fringes of the territory, the fringes of the land. Seems to be carrying what looks like a small like basket. You can see like the neck of two bottles sticking up out of it.
Seeing this guy approaching, Vera's gonna do what Vera does, and she, looking over at Locke, I don't know, darling. I don't know where we are. I don't know where we're supposed to go. We've gotten completely turned around. It is just, we're out here in the middle of nowhere on these horses, and I don't know where we're going.
Locks at first is kind of like, what are you talking? Yes, we are lost, and I'm sorry that I haven't asked for directions yet.
You never ask for directions. This always happens when we go out like this. You think you understand the way to wherever we're supposed to be. You won't tell me where we're supposed to be, so I can't even help you because you want to surprise me. Which I appreciate the thought. You're a wonderful man, but
Yep, I was just trying to surprise you, dear.
I just why can't you just take me somewhere nice, like with a bathtub, and we can have bubbles and I can do that thing that you really like.
Locks kind of gets this look on his face like, is it something specific? Or, and then he's like, well, I'm sorry. When I heard that there was a vineyard over here, I assumed that there would be a place to like drink the wine, and apparently there's not. And I'm sorry.
And that's when the figure that's approaching calls out, "Hello! Well met."
And Locks, before Vera responds, Locks will just say under his breath, all right, that's all I got in me. I'm not talking to this guy. And he'll kind of like turn and like pretend to be like looking off in the distance for where they should be going.
We'll talk about it later. Hi, how are you?
As he gets a little closer, you can see that he's a half orc, and he looks to be in fairly good spirits. He has kind of a shock of white hair that kind of like tops his head, like the sides of it kind of shaved a little closer. He wears, simple clothes, but they're decent and clean. And he's built like a field worker. He's got very broad shoulders, very big arms. He's a half orc to boot, so he's also pretty tall. And he approaches with this basket, and he says, "I couldn't help but notice you had been stopped by the side of the road, and I thought perhaps that I could bring you some refreshments."
Oh. She kind of like sideways looks over at Locks, who's like staring off a little bit, and well, that would be much. We just thank you, very much appreciated. We've been traveling for so long, and he was trying to surprise me with a gift, and she kind of like eyes the guy up and down a little bit and then looks over at Locks again, and well, you are a sight for sore eyes. We had heard there was a vineyard here, and we had assumed you would have a tavern or something, and apparently there's not. I don't see one anywhere.
Sadly, no, there is not a tasting room to speak of, but this is in fact the Borjido family vineyard, and well, I have brought some to you. He kind of gestures the basket. There are 2 bottles here. One of our famous Olavida. I figured it's quite popular, especially in Alidalgo, in the surrounding area. So there's some of that if you wish to try. The other is more of a ice wine, the Riesling.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, and she'll take the basket from him.
Oh, please, yes.
And she'll do we owe you anything?
Oh, no. I insist. There's also some small cheeses in there, and a few dried meats. Just in case you were feeling peckish.
So it's so thoughtful.
So thoughtful. Lox is back there. He's like looking through the basket with the cheese and stuff. And he's like, so thoughtful that this strangely handsome man brought us all of this wine and cheese. We will definitely be enjoying this. Thank you so much.
Oh, please. He kind of blushes a little as you call him handsome. So, you are husband and wife and friends? He kind of indicates. Now, okay. Is it Isabel or Chimeran currently?
Oh, it's Chimeran.
Chimeran,
Back to
okay.
Chimeran, yeah.
And friends, he says as he gestures towards Chimeran and Sylvie. Did you ride from Monchelona?
She looks over at Lox. Darling, I don't remember what was the name of the town we were in?
Yep, that was it. That's where we came from.
I don't pay often attention to like the details when he takes me out on these excursions. He loves to spoil me, but they always don't go as well. But I mean, we've met you now, so you work here at the vineyard, or do you just?
Yes, I work here most of the year at least. It is a beautiful place during the right time of the year.
What is the right time of the year?
During the summer, I think is the best. The sun stays out longer, the grapes become sweeter. It is my favorite time of year, especially when the rains come.
Do you ever pick just the full ripe grapes right off the vine?
Every day, yes.
Sounds
Perhaps
delightful.
the best part of this job.
Food is always, fruits and the like are always so much better when they're straight from the earth. After they've been tended to by nature. They are. I'm guessing we should probably be heading back then. Don't you think, darling?
Yeah. Well, why don't we hang out here and enjoy this cheese, and then maybe we can leave before the rats come out at night and eat the cheese.
All right.
This half-orc kind of looks at Lox with like a raised eyebrow, and then turns his head towards Vera.
He loves cheese.
Your husband, well.
He gets really excited about cheese, and he gets a little, and she kind of like looks down and gives him a little bit of a kind of like a flirty kind of look, and she says he gets a little, how do we say it? Nervous around attractive individuals.
You can see this half-orc kind of like hangs on all of these pauses. And then whenever you kind of finally finish, you can watch it kind of dawn on him. Oh. And again, the color rises in his face. I don't know what to say. I don't know that I've ever been accused of making someone nervous before.
Just look at you though. I mean, you're a handsome guy.
think at this
Oh.
point she probably kind of maybe like leans in towards Locks on his horse a little bit, and he is, isn't he, dear?
Well, okay. You are right. We should definitely be going. Thank you again so much for the cheese and the wine.
Of course. Happy to please.
Really? Are you?
Yes. Yes. He kind of like reaches up and like touches the back of his neck. So at any time that you would like to come back to the Borjido family vineyard, you are most welcome here.
Um, sorry, Chad just lost me. He's like, so you, very well, yes. We'll give these wines and cheeses a taste, and I'm sure we'll be coming back later.
Yes. Wonderful. I will. I look forward to seeing both of you again sometime soon.
We really have to go.
Uh, yes, dear. I think that we must.
Okay. I was hoping this was part of the surprise.
He kind of
Okay.
he kind of clears his throat.
Would you want to come with us?
He kind of like looks back towards the compound. I probably should not.
She kind of gives him this little, like, really sassy, like, lower lip out kind of pout. Fine. Well, maybe after our own tasting tonight, we'll return tomorrow for some more. Do you get days off?
No, I'm afraid not.
You'll get any days off? Not even a single one?
Again, he kind of looks back towards the compound, and any like mirth that he had, any humor or cheer that he has, like you can watch it basically like, just drain out of him. No, the boss of the vineyard is well, is a taskmaster, I suppose.
Hey, Jeremy, how far away from Mashalona is the vineyard again?
It's a few hours ride, so probably
Okay.
3, 4.
Okay. Um, she'll kind of make sure that the wines and the cheeses and stuff are like out of the basket that he carried everything in, and then she'll hold the basket out to return it to him, but she's not going to like actually hand it to him. She's kind of more like trying to get him to come in closer to where they're at, like closer to her horse. And she's going to, when he gets in close and she goes to hand it to him, she's going to kind of lean in, and she's going to say to him, "It's a shame you don't get any time off because my husband here finds you extremely attractive."
again, some of that kind of color and mirth kind of returns to him a little. Well, um, he's quite handsome as well. And you also are quite beautiful.
Thank you. And she'll kind of like lean in, and she's like leaning over in the horse to like get almost down to where she's, because he's tall, so she doesn't have to lean that far down. So, but she is leaning down to him, and she's gonna kind of just like lean into him, and she's gonna say, I bet you would be a more comfortable ride than this horse. And then she's gonna like give him a little peck on the cheek.
You give him this peck on the cheek, and he kind of chuckles. And then all of a sudden, his eyes go wide, and his entire body goes rigid. There is a sharp snapping noise as this happens. And he reaches up and tries to grab a hold of Vera and pull her from her horse. Vera, I need you to make either an acrobatics or an athletics roll, please.
Oh shit, what did I do, guys? Oh no, I rolled a 1.
Okay. You pull back from this kiss, this little peck on the cheek, or wherever it was that you have planted it, and feeling satisfied, at least a little. And then you watch him go through this drastic transformation instantaneously, and before you can even fully process it, he reaches out with both hands, grabs a hold of probably like the edge of your dress near your waist, and like right in front of where like your shoulder is on your dress, grabs a hold of you and forcibly pulls you off of your horse and throws you to the ground. I would like all of you, please, to roll for initiative.
This is before I've returned, right?
You know what? For shits and giggles, Guillaume, you're coming back.
Oh,
in a big
I'm
way.
coming back pissed.
Okay. Sylvie with a 2. Locks with an 18. Chimeran and Vera both with a 10. Would you two please roll a d6 for me? Yeah, that's a good point. You might have been hanging out. Okay. 16 for Guillaume. Okay. This half-orc has grabbed a hold of Vera and thrown her from her horse down into the ground, or onto the ground, and he turns, and again, almost like his body is stiff and rigid. These motions are not fluid and natural in the way that they're moving. He steps towards Vera and raises one of his boot heels up high and is going to bring it down towards Vera's face. Vera, what is your AC?
It's a 15.
15. Oh dear. Okay. So he hits you with a non-dirty 20. Okay.
Wait, if it's a non-dirty 20, that's
He's
a
saying he crit, I think,
You
is which
critted?
is I think he's
Yes,
smart
that is what
ass
I was
saying
saying.
that he crit.
oh no.
So you're going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as the
Okay.
heel of his boot comes down on your shoulder or the side of your head or something. I mean,
Okay.
this is like, and again, like there is no malice. There's no like determination. His face is like cold and expressionless. So all of you who are there, watch this half-orc pull Vera out of her horse, throw her to the ground, step over towards her, and then stomp on her head. Lox, it is your turn.
So Lox will use as much movement as he needs to dismount and make it to this guy. And I mean, he's reacting. He doesn't have time to like pull his leg out of the stirrup and like get off the horse like he normally would. He sort of like throws his weight to the side and sort of tumbles over the side of the horse, landing on his boots and then just dashing towards this guy. Not mechanically, but just moving as fast as he can towards him.
Okay.
And if I can make it to him, I
Yes.
would love to attack.
You absolutely can.
Okay. I get 2 attacks, I think. Yes. Okay, cool. First attack is 22 to hit.
Yes.
And second one is only 10.
That is still enough to hit.
Ooh, okay, cool. Here comes 2 attacks of damage. So 14 damage on the first attack and 13 on the second.
How do you kill this half-orc?
Shit. Okay. Lox slams the basket of his sword into the half-orc's face to sort of get him away from Vera. And then he thrusts with like an immense amount of power because I think he's expecting this guy to like easily catch the blade. And he just runs him through with like very little effort. This guy's unarmored. He doesn't have a sword to parry with. And so Lox just drives this blade right through the center of him and then yanks it out and sort of steps back. This sort of look of shock and bewilderment on his face. He's only now sort of realizing everything that has taken place. He started getting off his horse when Vera was getting pulled down off of hers. So he's just now registering that like Vera is hurt on the ground right now.
When you slammed the basket of your sword kind of into this half-orc's face, you felt and you heard the crunch of the cartilage in his nose, the bone of like his orbital sockets. Like you hit him hard in the face, and he reacted from the kinetic energy of your blow, but nothing other than that. He didn't grimace, he didn't wince, he didn't call out or make a noise. His head jerks back and comes back, and he's stepping forward as you then plunge your blade into the center of him, driving it down. And again, even though you have run him clearly through, there is no reaction on his face whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, for just a moment, he starts to raise one of his fists kind of up above his head as if to kind of like prepare to strike a blow. And then all of a sudden, his arm drops to his side and his whole body relaxes. And he looks down at the blade sticking in his chest as you pull it out. And he looks back up at you, confused. And he says, "I'm so sorry." And he collapses to the ground.
Is he bleeding? Like, did he bleed?
Is he what?
Did he bleed when he
Yes. Oh
Okay.
yes, very much so.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
He collapses to the ground, and for a moment, you're kind of left stunned until you realize that there are other workers in the nearby area. Seem to be regular commoners that are armed with things like pruning knives and things, but they are stalking towards you with that same cold, like emotionless gait. Guillaume, it is your turn.
Guys, what the fuck is this? I guess. Well, shit. Okay. I'll just dig into my bag. We're at the edge of the vineyard, right?
Yeah, kind of on the fringes of it.
Okay, I'm gonna dig in my bag, grab an alchemist fire. I kind of want to move towards the edge of the vineyard, and just I want to see if there's any like kind of big, like kind of obvious, kind of like main trees that are like the older ones that have been planted a while ago that may be the most prodigious. Whatever the closest one of those is, and I'm just gonna take an alchemist fire and I'm just gonna throw it as hard as I can towards that, hopefully at least causing enough of a distraction for these thralls, I assume.
Okay. You
But
pitch
also
this.
starting the fire.
Mhm. You pitch this alchemist fire. Excuse me, at one of these vines, and it shatters and smashes, and within a moment the liquid inside flares up, combusts kind of spontaneously, and begins to kind of catch this vine. However, it is a green vine, so you know that the alchemist fire alone may not be enough to get it completely started. Um, though the leaves and things of that nature are definitely like um, coiling up and dying. Okay, that was Guillaume.
Yeah, then I just kind of
Everybody.
want to pull back and kind of like hide behind a tree, just make it so that I'm not the main focus of anything coming in.
Okay. um, everybody, please make perception rolls. These would be based on sight. Just to clarify for you, Guillaume.
Well, damn it, I rolled so well, but I probably don't have line of sight.
Oh, okay.
But everybody else rolled better.
What'd you get?
19.
Okay, so yeah, um, all four of you notice an individual who is approaching from the compound direction. This individual is a little further than the closest of the other workers. But the thing that really stands out about this particular individual is that they are kind of standing upright, feet together, levitating about 10 feet off of the ground, and kind of just drifting in your direction. Even from decently far away, you can see the very sallow complexion of this individual and the strange eyes. bedecked kind of in black and red robes, armor, something in between, and carrying a staff. Now, Chimeran and Vera, the two of you realize from this distance that his staff, the shape, the dimensions of this staff are not fixed. That it kind of moves and undulates and like changes the way that it reflects the light. Almost like it's made out of like dark red liquid. Okay. This individual. Let's see here. Got 5 potentials. Okay. Okay. He raises this staff in your direction, and as he does so, you watch as 3 globules detach themselves from the kind of somewhat orb-shaped head of this staff. And as they detach themselves, they fly directly towards Guillaume, Chimeran, and Lox, slamming into each one of you with quite a bit of force. Guillaume, you take 3 points of force damage. Lox, you take 3 points of force damage. Chimeran, you take 5 points of force damage.
Jeremy, I'm gonna be that guy. Is this magic missile?
It is magic missile.
I am gonna shield against it if that's okay.
Absolutely. What does that look like, and what effect does it have?
Lox instinctively, he's still standing there kind of in shock, but he brings up his hand as this globule is flying toward him in this wide arc, and there's a flash of arcane light sort of in the shape of a peacock feather, and this globule sort of splashes against the shield and splatters off in every direction. So I negate the spell, basically.
Right.
Question for you: does uncanny dodge work against a magic missile?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. How does uncanny dodge read?
It says when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the attack's damage against you.
Okay. I don't think so, because magic missile doesn't require a roll to hit.
Right. It's not a
So I
magic
don't
attack.
think it counts as like a spell attack. But let me check the wording on it just to be absolutely certain. Cast magic missile in darkness. Magic green darts. Each hits a creature of your choice that you can see within range. So no, I don't think it does. Because there's not an attack roll, I don't think it technically counts as an attack. Okay.
It hit me for 3. How much did it hit you guys for? 5.
Yeah, Chimeran's was definitely the biggest
And then the shield. Yeah.
globule. Where these globules have hit you, Chimeran and Guillaume, you feel just kind of icky. Like the moment that it touches your skin, you realize that it's blood. It's somewhere between like fresh and coagulated, and it's warm, and it's again, it's just a very gross kind of feeling. All right. This individual continues to levitate closer after in casting this spell. It is then Chimeran's turn.
How far away is it now? This
This particular
Yeah.
individual,
yeah.
they are about 60 feet.
Okay, what I'd like to do before I start kicking this critter's butt is I want to do the first thing that I was going to do when we saw the all the rest of the hands coming. I want to take the 2 flasks of oil that I've got, and I'd like to run down one of the pathways between vines, basically pouring out the oil on each side so that I'm getting like the vines on each side of this of the path. And I want to run, I can go 40 feet with my movement. And I could dash, but I'd like to save enough so that I can turn around once I've run down and emptied these 2 flasks on these vines and throw a alchemist fire back at the now oil-coated vines and start them on fire before I pull out my rapier
Okay.
to look at this guy.
Absolutely. Okay. So you create these lines of oil, and then set them ablaze as you throw an alchemist fire, kind of at the end of your run.
Yeah.
Okay. It is now Vera's turn.
Yeah, and I did at
Oh,
the end
sorry.
pull up my ray rapier just so you know.
Okay.
It's not
Yeah.
that it matters, but it's like it glows with like it's got sunlight through it, that kind of thing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The
Yeah.
stained glass sword.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
pretty.
It is
Beautiful.
pretty.
Vera is kind of after screaming out, like just the sudden like shock, and I guess she doesn't really scream out because it was just so sudden, but she's kind of like rolling over and picking herself up off the ground, and all this is happening. Guillaume's over there, and all of a sudden everything's, and she's hearing like the fighting starting and the magic being cast and stuff. She's gonna kind of stand up, and she is going to bonus for her bonus action, she's going to cast healing word on herself to just give herself back some hit points, because youch, that was scary. So yeah, I get 6 total back, so that's good. And then she is going to, for her action, she is going to look at this thing, and she's going to cast vicious mockery on it, and she's oh god, what the hell is she going to say to him? So weak you need farm hands to do your work. And then she's going to cast vicious mockery at him, and that is a wisdom save, please.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. What is the DC?
15.
Okay, yeah. I rolled a 16 on the die, so that is
Okay.
a pass.
Okay. Does he take? No, because it's a cantrip. So if he passes, he doesn't take anything. Wheel shit.
Okay.
And then she is going to kind of move back into position where she normally is during fights, which is behind all of the people that are better fighters than her, because the shit is started. So she's gonna go hang out with her friend Sylvie in the back.
All right. right. That brings us to Sylvie's turn.
Oh, Sylvie zeroes in on this floating freak and is going to outstretch her arm and try and hit him with this arc of lightning that stretches across from her leather bracer that she wears. So she can make 2 attacks.
Excellent.
That is a 12 and a 24 to hit.
Both will hit.
That is going to do 21 points of lightning damage.
21 points. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. You cast this lightning, this arc, kind of out at this being, Sylvie, and as you do so, you watch the arc strike this being, and there's a strange thing that happens. Like, it doesn't seem to affect this person as much as you would expect it to have. And simultaneously, one of the field hands that is making their way towards you, like, explodes.
Oh,
if
no.
If you're paying enough attention, you see little arcs of electricity kind of in the air, dancing from where this field hand went up.
Yeah, Sylvie yells that out, is that they're using it's using the workers. That is her turn.
All right. The workers continue to close in. There are a number of them around you. Only a few of them have managed to get to where you are at this point. Again, armed merely with pruning knives, though they swing them as if they were the most, vicious barbarian that you've ever crossed. No fear, no sense of dread or anxiety about what they're doing at all. So there's going to be, this round, one of them attacking each of you. So we'll start with Marin first. Marin, what is your AC? Oh, you got it on your screen. Thank you. Misses you, not by much. Probably whatever armor you wear makes the difference between this rather sharp knife kind of cutting into you. The next is Guillaume, and is going to miss
15.
you. Yeah, I only got a 9 total. So next up is Sylvie. One of them slashes at you. What is your AC, Sylvie?
14.
Misses you as well. Locks, what is your AC?
17.
Misses you as well. With all of the measured ferocity that they're coming after all of you, they are not very good at wielding these weapons. They're not very accurate. Vera, were you still prone, Vera? You got up, didn't you?
No, I got up and moved like behind everybody.
That's
so
right. Yeah.
I'm like way in the back.
Also missed you with a 7.
Okay.
So they kind of like start to close with you. The first of these workers who've kind of run to this point just slash at you with these pruning knives, just trying to catch any part of you, but it's not that it's haphazard, it's done with zero form. And it's telegraphed from a mile away, so it's very easy to either dodge out of the way or deflect against something to that nature. And you manage, all of you, to escape the blades that they are wielding. Lox, it brings us to you.
Okay. I think I'm going to use this new crossbow that I bought. Because this guy's like levitating above the ground, right?
Yeah. So his
Okay.
feet are more or less like kind of head height.
Okay.
I have mostly closed with him as well, if that
Okay.
changes. But there's a
Yeah.
line of fire behind me.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I want to fuck him up close. Okay, how far away from me is he?
60 feet from where
60
things kind of broke
feet.
out.
Okay, let's see if I can. How far do you let me go? Oh, 30 feet. Okay. But it is a bonus action. Okay, so Lox runs 30 feet toward the vampire. And then he's just kind of all out, just like sprinting. But he gets about halfway there and he disappears in like a plume of peacock feathers, just like, and then he immediately appears behind the vampire with his sword out as he uses Misty Step. And I'm gonna attack him.
Okay.
First attack is a 15.
Will hit.
Okay, and then second attack is a crit miss. That's a natural 1.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and roll damage for that first attack. 13 damage with a silvered rapier.
Okay, 13.
Magical as well, actually,
Excellent.
in case that matters.
You slash out with this first strike and cut, and you notice the same kind of revelation that Sylvie came upon, and is that your blade didn't cut as deep as you might expect it to. And instead, nearby, one of the field workers, with a gaping, gashing open sword wound across his chest, cries out and falls into the dirt, dead. Okay, Guillaume.
But it does seem like he is taking some damage from this as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So maybe it's one of those like okay, cool. That's my turn.
It is.
I am going to create a little distance between myself and the villager that attacked me. So I'm just I'll take his opportunity attack.
Okay, let's see. What is your AC again?
15.
15. Okay, you hit.
I will
Or-
throw up a shield.
Okay, making it a 20.
20.
Okay, he only had a 17. All right, so what does your shield manifest and look like whenever you pull it up, and how does it change this would-be hit into a miss?
I think Guillaume's shield is just a pure wall of like almost it looks like literally like an illusory shield that is like made manifest. And so he just kind of like raises an arm and this kind of like kite shield just shimmers into existence and deflects the blow as he pushes off and kind of runs a good like 15 feet away. And I will very quickly, I think you said bonus action for potion, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I will quaff a fire breath potion, and then raise his sword cane orb out, aiming like looking at the field, and cast a summon fire elemental. And he will just tell the elemental, command the elemental, burn everything. And that is my turn. Yeah. I want to get close to the vines so I can start just spewing fire breath on my next turn.
Okay. Does the elemental go like just after you? Or does it need its own initiative?
Oh, great question. I have the spell up. Let me look.
Okay.
I had the spell up. Okay, I don't have the spell up anymore. Let's get it back up. Ally to you, shares your initiative count, but takes its turn immediately after yours. Obeys your verbal commands. No action required. Yeah, so on its turn, I want it to just start setting fire to vines. Anything that looks dry enough or is by it, really just start like using its natural wreath of fire to burn everything.
Okay. It sets to work, both where you already dropped your alchemist fire as well as where Chimerian had spread this oil. It's not bound by the physical rows of this vineyard the way that some of you kind of are. So it's easily able to pass like from row to row, and is very quickly going to start spreading chaos and fire. Okay. This individual, they are going to kind of turn around to look at you, Lox. In air, just kind of just rotates, pivots, and looks down at you and points this staff directly down at you, and you watch as this individual's kind of white cataract eyes almost start to feel like they're kind of drawing you in. They are casting a spell on you.
Am I within 60 feet?
I believe so. Should be.
I believe this is a new round. Lox was the beginning of the initiative, right?
Yes, just before him. The commoners are, but yes.
Oh shit, the commoners are? Okay,
Mhm.
never mind then. I don't have a reaction then. I
Ah,
was gonna
okay.
counterspell.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a shame. Let me see. The good news is, Lox, you have advantage on this saving throw. But I need a wisdom save.
Oh,
You can also
no.
add +5. Sylvie's going to use her reaction to Flash of Genius to have Lux add +5.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
What does it look like when
Wisdom
Sylvie
is my
uses
worst.
that?
I think that she notices that Lux is being drawn in, and she's going to try and snap him out of it. Just, Lux, look away.
All right, Matt. So advantage and +5.
Okay, the first roll was not great.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, the second one was worse. Okay, so hang on. I do have a ring. I have a ring. Let me look at what it does. Ring of Mind Shielding. While wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you're lying, know your alignment, or know your creature type. Oh. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. Never mind. This doesn't help me at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 9 was my better roll.
Okay. This figure, this individual, has just cast Dominate Person on Lox. You are charmed. For up to a minute, it is concentration based. While you are charmed, you have a telepathic link, as long as you are on the same plane of existence. And you can use your action till the end of your next turn. Okay. So Lox, despite the protestations of your friends, you find yourself being drawn into the fathomless well that is this individual's eyes. Again, you can just make out where their pupils were, buried under layers of white, milky, cloudy obfuscation. However, there is a depth there, and you find yourself falling into it. And finally, you hear a voice that simply says, "Defend me." And you want nothing more in your entire existence than to defend this individual. Chimeran, it is your turn.
Oh. Oh no. I don't want to fight Lox. Oh man. I probably don't yet know exactly what's happened to Lox. So my plan is to
Correct.
continue to do what I'm doing, which is to close the distance, and I'm going to attack this floating dude, assuming that I'd be able to have the aid from Lox and get my nice sneak attack damage in, which I'm going to be very nastily surprised when
Yes,
I
I was going to say,
don't.
unfortunately, Lox is not an ally at this point.
Yeah, but I think he is. So I commit to that. All right. Rolling for the hit. 14.
14 will hit.
Okay. So it does
Fuck yeah.
9 points of piercing magical damage and 0 sneak because the guy is not unfocused enough on me and manages to not let me hit a vital organ.
Maybe you
Indeed.
broke concentration. That's all I'm hoping
Let's see.
for.
So as
No.
a bonus action, I'd like, well, he is pretty high up there, isn't he? Head height. So I could probably hit.
Decently. Yeah, like
Yeah,
you probably are, slashing at like his knees or his
yeah.
lower legs or his feet.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like the rapier probably hits harder, but as with the bonus action, I would like to slash, like do the 2-weapon fighting, so hit with a silvered.
Okay.
I think it has to be my dagger on this case. So
So-
that is
Just before you do,
yeah.
Chimeran may or may not notice that, again, the slash of the weapon deals less than you would have expected. Still does damage, still draws blood, though the blood that comes from this wound is thick and old looking. But you see a similar effect where another entity takes the remainder of the damage. But instead of it being one of the random field workers, Locks,
It's Locks.
you take 4 points of, was it piercing? No, slashing, right?
The first one was piercing.
Piercing. Of
Piercing
damage.
magical. Yeah.
Does he get to
This is all-
reroll the save though?
Probably. Let me see.
Usually
Yep.
damage.
He
fucks
does
up mind
because I
control.
looked it up because I was gonna freaking damage Locks.
I'm like, we either have to break concentration or beat the shit out of Locks.
Yeah.
I'll just do both. Yeah.
Each time the target takes
Takes
damage, it makes a new
makes
wisdom
a new-
save.
Okay, yeah.
Was that 4
Absolutely.
damage?
It was. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And then I re-roll the
Your
wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Do I-
actually better to go for the guy. He has a lower AC. A 14
Yeah.
hit
you
him.
hit him.
We can just
Yeah.
get 2 checks out of every hit on this guy.
This
No,
guy's
we'll be
like,
fine.
wait a second, this is not working out the way I wanted it.
So do I have advantage on this again, Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
why can I ask
don't
why?
know,
Why I have
actually.
advantage on it?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it may or may not apply this round. Let me see. If you or creatures that are friendly to you are fighting the target of the spell, it has advantage on the saving throw. So technically, right now, you're not fighting him.
Right. So
I don't think it would be
do.
advantage right now.
Okay. And I'm rolling this
That's
raw too. I
interesting.
don't have that +5 anymore.
Right. Ooh.
Oh, baby, we like it raw.
16.
16 is not enough.
Oh boy, that was about as good as I can do.
Okay.
All right, keep hitting me or keep hitting him.
Okay.
Okay, so the offhand attack.
Yes. So you noticed
is
all
that-
of that, and then yes, your
Yeah.
second attack.
Yeah, and I'm ignoring the dude that was trying to hit me because I am focused on
Fair enough.
this guy. 16 to hit.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so now, it's this damage, but no. Oh, yeah, 1 point. 1 point of piercing damage from a silvered weapon.
Okay. So
Yeah.
he'll take all of that just because it's only 1 point. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Because I don't get my right. Because on the offhand, I did not get my dex bonus. So,
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That was Chimera and Vera. It is your turn.
Vera is okay, so each of us had a guy that made it up to us, but there's still like a pretty
Yes.
big cluster of like field workers, right?
Yes.
It's kind of trying to get to us. Okay. I would like to cast Shatter. And it is 20, it's a 10-foot radius, which means it's 20-foot like diameter. So it's like basically a 4x4 sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Or not 4x4.
I got you.
La da 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 da. You know what I'm saying. And I am going to bank on him
Okay.
beating the save because this might hurt otherwise.
Okay. I would say that you could probably hit 2 of these field workers and Locks in the same go.
If I do just field workers, can I hit a lot more of them?
I would say probably about 4 of them. You would double the number of field workers.
Okay, I will focus on field workers then, and I will just
Okay.
cast Shatter on them. It is a Constitution save of 15
All right.
for them, please.
They failed.
Awesome. I'm casting it at 3rd level. which is 4d8 of damage,
Okay.
because I need to make sure they all die. 19 thunder damage.
What does that look like as you kill 4 of these field hands?
Vera just kind of like, she's standing there and she takes this big, massive, deep breath, and she just lets this like note start to come up out of her. And as it does, when it kind of gets to like the crescendo of its volume, she literally just deliberately twists the note and makes it turn into like just completely like flat and off key. And it, like, visually, there's probably like a little bit of magic that kind of comes out, and it just like the music just kind of, this bad note just sends straight out of her and lands in the middle of them, and they all kind of just, get hit by this thing. And it, because it's shatter and because it's music and what she does, it goes, I would almost say that they kind of stop what they're doing, and you watch as like blood starts coming out of their ears and stuff as they all fall to the ground.
Absolutely. Like the in addition, like the grapes that are kind of in the area all burst, like as this spell kind of goes off. They're kind of this kind of like purpley mist, kind of like all in the area in addition. Okay, Sylvie, your turn.
Yeah, Sylvia again is just going to keep pressure on this person with her lightning strikes. It's a 15 and a 20.
Both hit.
Nice. Which is going to be 6 and another 6, so 12 points.
Okay.
Jeremy, I'm sorry, but at the end of my turn, I wanted to give Lox a bardic inspiration to hopefully use on his next save.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and when he does, Sylvie can use her reaction to give him the +5 again.
Okay.
Trying to just
Fantastic.
snap him out of it.
So it is with the 2 lightning strikes from Sylvie, both hitting this individual. Lox, you will take 6 points of lightning damage, 3 from 2 different strikes, and then so that actually will mean that you get 2 saving throws. On the first one, you will get a +5.
Is the
And my
individual making
And you have
concentration
the
checks
inspiration.
too?
One more time?
Is the individual making concentration saves too?
Yes.
Damn it, bastard keeps making them. It's all on you, Lux. Got to be
Roll a
wise
20 and a
enough.
14.
Muted.
You're muted, Matt.
I rolled a 19 on the die. Adding 5 to that is 24.
Okay.
Is that good enough? I also have a bardic inspiration die I can roll.
That is good enough.
Okay.
What does it look like, Lox, as you rouse out of this stupor?
I imagine that I'm he just sort of rigidly moving, much like the vineyard workers have been, and he sort of was robotically moving toward likely Chimeran, as they're the closest, and so he's moving sort of robotically toward Chimeran, sword out and raised, and then this lightning kind of arcs through the vampire, and Lox sort of has this jolt, and he sort of stumbles backwards, smoke rising off of him, and he sort of shakes his head, and you see sort of light return to his eyes, and he kind of has this moment of realization as to what just happened, because to him, he was looking at the vampire, looked at its eyes, and then he was walking toward Chimeran like he was going to stab him. So he sort of puts two and two together, realizes what's happening, and this look of like rage overtakes his face, and he like turns to the vampire and adjusts the weight of the sword in his hand and sort of gives Chimaeran a nod, just like, glad that didn't happen.
Okay.
That makes two of us.
All right. Field hands. There are not very many of them that are still up and nearby, but there are a few. Let's find out where they're headed. Okay. Sylvie and Guillaume. They're coming after you, swiping at you again with these pruning knives. Sylvie, they rolled a 1, trying to come after you. Completely whiffed. And Guillaume, nope, an 11 total. Again, without any form of mastery or training at all, they're just almost like arm fully extended, elbow locked, just like swiping back and forth or up and down with these blades at the end of their hands. Locks, it is your turn.
Lox is not sure. I, as a player, know that that vampire can't pull that shit on me again, but Lox is unsure. So he's going to just try and dispatch this vampire as quickly as he can. So he'll move any amount of movement he needs to move to get within 5 feet of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to go ahead and do a couple of rapier strikes here.
Okay.
The first one is 21 to hit.
Yes.
Which I think hits. And then the second one is only 14, but I have that bardic inspiration die that I can use. Go ahead and roll that.
I think a 14 hit before.
Oh, was it 14? Oh, shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. 14 then.
14 also hits.
Okay, awesome. Okay, here comes 2 hits worth of damage. 14 and 13, so that's 27 damage total to the vampire.
Okay.
And if this dude is still not breathing, but if he's still active, I'm gonna action surge.
You take 2 slices again, not drawing as much as you had hoped. 2 more field hands go down with gashes across them, dying. And this vampire floats yet still.
Oh god, okay. I'm murdering a lot of people. I was joking that I was looking forward to murdering people, and now I am killing a lot of people. I'm gonna use action surge and do 2 more attacks with the rapier on the vampire.
All right, go for it.
22 and 23 to hit. Those are both hits.
Both hit.
Roll my damage. First one was 13, second one was 11, so that is a total of 24 damage.
Okay. Doing some quick math. 2 more field hands fall under the indirect blade of Lox. This vampire still levitates above you. That was Lox. Okay. Guillaume.
All right. Well, I was planning on like fire breathing the vineyards, but this guy is bothering all of us. So I think I'll just I think I got attacked again by these guys, but I'm just gonna move away again and take the opportunity attack because I still have that cloak of displacement, so they have disadvantage on the attack because I haven't taken any damage yet this round.
Okay.
Um,
Disadvantage is Only a 6. So that's a miss.
Awesome. And then I want to run close enough that I can how close is this guy to the vineyard?
So I mean, he's about like probably less than 10 feet from some of the plants. He's not
Perfect.
necessarily like centered between rows, but he's, more or less between rows where the group of you kind of are. And then again, just kind of up in
Okay.
the air.
I just want to line up so that if I fire off a fire breath, I want to try to hit him and a bunch of these plants if I can. Like,
Oh,
as
yeah.
long as I'm shooting out fire, I might as well get some collateral damage.
Sure, yeah, that's not a problem at all.
But he gets to make a saving throw. It is a DC 13 dex save.
He passed.
And passed
Barely,
it.
but
Okay,
he
so he's
did
going to
pass.
take half damage, which is going to be, that's a 5, that's a 4, so 9 plus 1, so 15. So he'll take 7 points of damage. Of fire damage.
Yeah, he will actually take 8. A round in the party's favor.
Right.
So yeah, it's fine. No, you watch as the flames kind of lick at the edges of his hair, the tips of his robes. You can watch like the skin on his face kind of blister, but not as much as you might expect. And you watch as a field hand spontaneously combusts into flame, and screams in agony as they then collapse onto the ground shortly after.
Yeah, I yell out, sorry. I feel like you guys are not in control of this. Elemental, hit this guy. Stop the fire burning. Hit this guy. Get him. And I'm gonna send the elemental towards him as well.
Okay.
And the elemental has half the spell's level rounded down, so 2 attacks. And the first one is going to be a hard miss. I don't think your spell attack. Oh, your spell attack modifier. Let me just double check, but I don't think so. A 10's not going to hit.
A 10 will hit, actually.
A 10 will hit?
It will.
Oh shit. This guy's easy to hit. Okay, he's got a lot of health, I guess. And then the other one will definitely hit then, because the other one is going to be a 24.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then 1d10 plus 4 plus the spell's level fire damage. Okay, so d10 9 13 17 fire damage on 1 and 8 plus 4 12. So 29 points of damage. Damn, elementals do work.
All right. Your elemental strikes twice, hitting with both into this creature, this being. Simultaneously, 2 additional field workers fly sideways, immolated and burnt to a crisp. This creature is burnt, blistered, angry, but is still levitating.
That's all I got this turn.
This creature, this individual,
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's totally not all I got this turn because it's only a bonus action to use that fire breath. That's not an action.
Okay.
So I will also fire a I'll just do a firebolt at it because that feels appropriate and I don't want to break concentration on my elemental. So that's going to be a 13 to hit,
Also hits.
which it sounds like will hit. Oh fuck, firebolt. I haven't fired a fire. Is that a 10? A
D10.
Yeah. It's 2d10 at level 5, right?
Oh, you're right. Yes, absolutely.
There's another d10. There it is. Okay. Ooh, hey, that's a 10. And that one's a 4. So 14 points of damage. So probably like
Okay,
7.
notice.
And then 7 to a field hand. Chipping away, though.
Yep, another field hand bites the dust, literally, and he is still up. Okay. This individual, obviously frustrated that this has not gone their way, you watch this staff dissipate, mist in their hand, and shower out around the area that you're in, and the ground under your feet starts to like rumble and tremble, and several of these vines from underneath the soil uproot themselves, and you see these creatures, these shapes that are something between humanoid and vine, and seem to be glowing from the inside with this kind of deep red color. They emerge from the ground nearby. Many of them still have these burning remnants of what was above ground kind of attached to their backs or their stomachs as they tear their way out of the soil and immediately turn their ire towards you. There are a total of 3 of them. Let's find out where these are going. Chimaran, one's coming for you. Yo, one of them is coming for you. And Sylvie, one of them is coming for you. Right. I know what they're gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna do one of each here. Chimaran comes up to you and swings its branch-like arms at you. I'm gonna hit you with the first, and 16 is your AC?
Correct.
Okay, and the second hits as well. Okay, so you're gonna take bludgeoning damage to the tune of 13 from the first one. Oh shit, wow. 14 from the second.
I would like to use my reaction to uncanny dodge the second one.
Okay.
So I'll take a total of 20. Right? 13 and then 7?
Yes.
Okay.
This thing kind of swings its branch-like appendages into you. They connect, and the first one all but like knocks the wind out of you. But you manage to kind of roll with the second one to diminish how much damage it's going to do to you. The second one was against Guillaume. Guillaume, this one wasn't necessarily all that close to you. He's about 20 feet away or so. And you watch as it extends both of its arms kind of in your direction, and the plant like vines that form its shape like elongate out towards you and wrap around you. A 19 hits you.
Did he roll with disadvantage? I still have the cloak.
Oh, he did not.
Until I take damage, then it's off until the start of my next turn.
Okay, that was lower. Well, I mean, an 18. Does that still hit you?
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
Oh, fuck it. Yeah, I'll shield.
Okay.
I wanted to save a slot for counterspell, but I will shield.
Okay. So they shoot out towards you, and you throw up this defensive spell, causing them to slam ineffectually against it instead. All right, last but not least, Sylvie. Okay. This one was apparently close to you, Sylvie, and it kind of moves forward, shambling a little, and it literally just moves into your like personal space. It has an ability called Engulf. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
6.
6. Okay. You are blind, restrained. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage as this has wrapped its vines around your body and is squeezing you. You are currently not breathing. With that, it is now I lost our place in initiative.
This was all the dude's turn, right?
Yeah, this was the boss went, and then he summoned the zombies, and they're going. So I think next is Chimeran.
Yep, Chimeran.
Yeah.
It is your turn.
I'm going to attack Boss Man because Lox is also attacking him. This is our chance. We're going to do this. I'm going to rapier him. I hope so.
Right.
Roll to hit. 24 to hit.
Yes, we'll hit.
Okay. So one on the die. So 6 points from the sword. And then sneak attack. That's much better. 17 sneak attack. So a total of 23 to hit on that. Sorry, 23 points of damage on that hit.
Okay. Again, hits don't do as much as you would expect. Field workers go down. But, Chimeran, please describe what it looks like whenever you kill El Vinatero.
Oh, cool. So I think it's Chimeran had looked at Lox, and Lox had nodded, saying that he's back into this fight, and then did the hits, and then Chimeran attacks this vampire. So it's almost like he kind of jumps up to give him this big hit, and it's like it lands solidly, and as he kind of falls to the ground, the sword comes with him and it kind of rips down the body, and it's like there's a moment of hesitation, and then all of a sudden the entire whatever you called him, he just kind of he does what his staff did, where it kind of pulsates a little bit with that blood magic before he kind of just um, breaks apart into, I guess, a spray of those tiny globules of whatever's.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's this, again, kind of like semi-coagulated like blood that just kind of like falls down everywhere in the area, into the dirt. In addition, whenever El Vinatero is slain, the corpse root monsters cease, growing still with like a creaking of like that sound of like wood or vines, like if you were to twist them, as they kind of just come to an arrest. And all of the field workers that are remaining, which there are not many of them anywhere near you any longer, come out of the domination, the spell that had bewitched them. And I think on the heels of that combat, that's where we're going to end the session tonight.
Is Sylvie stuck inside, or is she freed?
Is Sylvie stuck in a tree?
Oh God!
Because I have a bonus
just
action.
stopped. Yeah,
Yes, they
so
just stopped.
they
so
literally
she's still
just
in there.
stopped and like hardened around her. So yeah, absolutely. Let's play that out. Okay. So Sylvie, this was Chimeran's turn. Chimeran, you said you had a bonus action remaining.
Yeah, I still have a bonus action.
Okay.
Like, how far away is Sylvie at this point? Is she like, she was, you didn't close with the guy, did you? Or
I don't think
no?
she did.
So you're still,
So
you're
60.
still so ways away. Okay, well I can move. Well, I can get 40 feet. I can get 40 feet, and then I can dash. I'll dash to make it the rest of the way to Sylvie. I can't do anything else, but I can get there at least this turn.
Okay. So Chimeran comes running towards where Sylvie is stuck inside of this corpse root. Vera, it is your turn.
Okay. Is this vampire guy, when Chimeran killed him, is he turning into mist like the brides did, or is he actually dead?
So when you killed him, anybody who just looked or happened to pay attention, you saw no fangs at all. But there is no question that this individual was not really a part of the world of the living.
Okay, but there was no fangs. So, but he's not turning into mist. Like there's no misting of like to fly away. I mean,
Nope.
except for the mist that Chimeran created, but like
Right, except other than the pink mist, no.
right. Okay. Okay. So he's not going to go somewhere and come back later and bother us. Okay. In that case, Vera will just turn and she will reach through some of the tree viney bits, and she'll reach in and she'll touch Sylvie, and she's going to dimension door with Sylvie just like 20 feet over and just pop her out of the vines and get her free.
I am going to judge from your emphatic nodding, Im, that you are a willing creature in this scenario. Wonderful.
Very.
Okay.
She's going to like, when she does that, she'll obviously, because, she can't breathe. She'll like, kind of like grab Sylvie and like hold her up, and it's okay. You can breathe. You're fine, Sylvie. You're fine. Just breathe slow with me. She's going to kind of just like talk her down.
Fantastic. And that is where we're going to end the session. All right. Fantastic. We had some great emotional role playing. We had some crazy ass combat. Next session, we're gonna possibly even get inside of a vampire castle. So yeah, we discussed it as a group, and we made the decision that we were going to handle the assault on Castillo de Borjido as an actual dungeon crawl. So as long as everybody is still on board with handling it that way, that's the way that we're going to go forward. So for those of you who watch this game, that's what you can expect next time. It might be a little bit different for a few sessions because there will be a much stronger focus on going room to room and exploration. So yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of stuff that I have planned. So I'm very much looking forward to getting to that. But for this evening, we're going to go ahead and call it a night here. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they would like to before we call it an evening. So we're going to go in reverse order and start with Karen.
Wow. I love these sessions. This one was absolutely amazing. We hit so many different notes, I think, and we accomplished a lot, I think, in this one session. It felt like we did so much. So love playing with all of you guys. I cannot wait till next month when we get to play again. So everyone, I'm within gears and signing off. Oh, and I'll pass it on to Oz.
Okay.
I was just gonna take it. I was just taking too long to get to the unmute. This was so much fun as always. I'm so glad I was able to make it. I'll keep it short because I got a baby I got to go check on. And I will pass it off to M, but I will also just say thank you all so much. And now I'll pass it off to M.
Yeah, fantastic game. Fantastic game as always. So much fun, so much variety in what we do. So yeah, awesome. And my throat is dying for some reason, so I will pass it on to Matt.
Yeah, what a blast. We had like the two polar opposites of my very favorite things, which is just like fun conversations between two characters and then just like a desperate bloody fight in a field somewhere. So I'm feeling very pleased about tonight's session, and I'm so excited about the upcoming dungeon crawl because I love a dungeon crawl. I'm so excited. So excited. Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, everybody. I will pass it off to Kenya.
Thank you, everyone. Great game. You know, as all the others have said, super, super fun. I love seeing just everything with Chimera's story coming out, and it's just so good. And then, you know, I love Vera because I get to be terribly, terribly forward and just blunt and hypersexual about stuff, and it is so great. And just seeing everyone's faces at some of the stuff, and then the comments in the chat, if you guys could see what we are saying in the side chat. At one point there was a discussion about Vera possibly having the demon at the Castillo, you know, dressed up in a corset and doing a little work, you know. So it's just such a good time though. And I love seeing, we have a very interesting team dynamic, and we were talking about it. Like, we don't have a cleric, and we don't have the typical things that you fight undead with. So it's very fun to kind of watch us puzzle out these problems of these things we come across that we don't have a standard team makeup to deal with. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to swing it back up to Jeremy for the closing comments.
Yeah, I adore this game and this group. both the players and the characters equal measure. Again, like I said at the top of the show, you're just all fantastic people to just spend 4 hours with. So thank you. Yeah, I think just going to touch on the same things that I do at the beginning or at the end of all of the sessions, and that is kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind, and it can make the absolute difference to somebody's day, week. So, be nice. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and call it here. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.